14. Yorby Vivas snapped the scoreless tie in the fifth with his first Major League homer. Carlos Rodon and the bullpen were more than up to the task as Rodon continued his solid start with 6 innings of 2-hit baseball today. The bullpen allowed only 2 hits over the final 3 innings, with Luke Weaver nailing down the victory. The Mets have the night off. 1 down, 1 to go. The Giants have signed the first of their 2 first-round picks. Abdul Carter gets a 4-year deal worth over $45 million, all guaranteed. Next up is quarterback Jefferson Darth. Brendan Shanahan out as Maple Leaf president, clearing a path for him to join the Islanders, who are looking for a new team president. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals getting underway momentarily in Raleigh, where the Hurricanes look to even things up with the Panthers at a game apiece, and also Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals of the NBA playoffs, with the Thunder up 1-0 on the Timberwolves and hosting tonight's Game 2. This report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. That's what's happening. I'm Rich Ecker. Went a little longer to give yourself a...
Thank you. I'm trying to find the game.
Not till 8:30.
Right.
I think it's ESPN. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let's get it, New York. Stop crying. Stop complaining. Stop walking around work like a loser. Enough already. It's one game. It's the first game. It's the Eastern Conference Finals. This is New York City, right? We're supposed to be tough? No? We're supposed to be better than everybody else? We're supposed to be a place that's resilient, can deal with tough time. Come on, yo. It's wild, corny. It's off-brand. Pick yourselves up. Be happy. It's Memorial Day weekend. You're in the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2, in the Garden tomorrow. I did this last night. I did the therapy session last night. And you know what I think helps me? I'm not a Knicks fan. So I went to sleep last night nice and cozy. Woke up. I wasn't devastated. Woke up. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do this weekend. I'm thinking about the Yankee game and if they were going to get the Yankee game in. And I'm not going to hold you. We're going to talk plenty of Yankees tonight because there's a lot of good to talk about with the New York Yankees. But I first have to address the Knicks and Knicks fans. You know, I had a friend who used to have this quote in her bio, and I didn't understand it until, I lived it and I talked to her about it, and I'm like, that's a good quote. And the quote was, embarrass yourself. It builds character. Everybody wants to be the man. Everybody wants to be cool. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, the Knicks embarrassed themselves. Everybody was walking around in their cool vintage Knicks hats and jerseys and swag, and now that didn't look so cool today. Everybody had a plan and a party in the Garden to go up 1-0. Yeah, look at us. We're going to the finals. Whoop! 2 hands around the throat. It's a choke. Overtime, can't get it done. Down 0-1. So what? Now, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't be worried, but I don't think the worry that we're getting right now is appropriate. It's the first game, and even some of the comparisons. Like, yeah, we compared it last night to Game 5 of the World Series, but the Yankees got gentlemen swept. The Yankees were facing elimination. The Knicks are not facing elimination. They got to get beat 3 more times. And you know what? All of the talking about officials and refs, like, I'm surprised at you, Knicks fans. That's what the Pistons were doing when, Tim Hardaway got fouled and it didn't get called. They were saying, hey, the refs. You know better. This is talking about a goaltend or missed calls. You shouldn't need that when you're up 17, 14, 12, 5, 3, 1 in your own place. If you're scared, cop out. If you're scared, cash out. If you're scared, don't watch. Quit on your team. But belief is needed right now. I've been saying that this whole way. And I can't tell you to act like you've been there because clearly you haven't. Maybe some of the OGs, maybe some of the older Knicks fans know, hey, we've only just begun. This is the beginning of a good-ass series. 888-808-1019. It's not supposed to go the way you think it's going to go. Even when you think it's over, it ain't over. Learn from it. And I know you don't get any minutes. I know you don't get to play. I'm talking about the Knicks. They're going to learn from it. They need adversity. They need to be punched in the face. They need to go down in the fight. They need to get a little dirty. They need to humble themselves. Because in the Garden, right? That's why I haven't played so great in the Garden this playoff rounds, this playoff run. Because in the Garden, they got the pomp and circumstance. In the Garden, the air that they pumped in there, I don't know, whatever air they pump in there, that air, it caught Halliburton's shot. It hung for 10 seconds and bloop. But they start feeling themselves a little too much because there's so many celebrities and it's like the center of the universe. Middle of Manhattan, all eyes on the New York Knicks, and history is made. And if you can go outside and bing bong and Knicks in 4 and do all that, man, keep that same energy. 888-808-1019. So I had to get that off my chest because it seems like we've been doing this every round, every series. And yup, that's an all-time bad performance. That is embarrassing. That is shameful. But what does it do? It puts you down a game. Didn't knock you out of the series. You got out of it healthy. And did you watch the game last night? The Knicks were the better team. I was actually surprised. When I was writing my open last night, I'm like, how did the Knicks end up getting out of the second round this year and get a matchup that might actually favor them more so than the first and second round? The Pacers are feeling themselves. And as I watched all the sports shows today, the thing that rubbed me the wrong way today is all of a sudden now Tyrese Halliburton is the clutch king. Now they're taking clutch player of the year away from Jalen Brunson. Now, all of a sudden, what the Halliburton, Halle Berry. Now Halliburton is the most clutch player, and now they're glazing him. And I'm like, you know how quickly you could stop all that? Even up the series, and then go to Indiana, take that first game at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, where there will be no Ben Stiller. There will be no Spike Lee. There will be no Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner and Jada Kiss and Fat Joe and CeCe Sabathia. I mean, maybe they want to go because it's Eastern Conference Finals, but it's going to be a different environment there in Indiana. Go beat them in their building and take the series. Take home court advantage back. You guys watch basketball? I know you guys watch basketball. I watch basketball, but I'm not a Knicks fan. But I'm also not a hater. I'm not dumb. I do the show by myself. I don't have a co-host. I have a different producer every night. I don't have anyone to bounce things off of. I haven't even built up the cachet or the credibility to just be this Knicks hater. And you know what? The Knicks never really did anything to me but hate on the Nets that I root for. And so what? I'm from Jersey. I picked the Nets. I'm from Jersey. The Knicks were bums. I had no reason to pick the Knicks. But now that the Knicks are good, stay down till you come up. I'm not hating on the Knicks. I'm not crying for you either. I'm talking to you like somebody on the outside. I'm talking to you like somebody that watches sports, that understands the first game doesn't win you a series. We've seen teams lose the first game and get gentlemen swept. Or we've seen teams win the first game and get the gentleman sweep. We've seen teams win the first game and it doesn't mean anything. What if the Knicks rattle off the next 4 wins in a row? I think that's possible if you watch the game. Karl-Anthony Towns is shooting the 3. Bang. Jalen Brunson had a 43-point game. It just got weird at the end. I know their head coach, Tibbs, Tom Thibodeau. He is watching that film and he's saying, never again. Nope, I'm making these mistakes again. Mitchell Robinson, get after it. Go ahead, let him loose. They want to hack a Mitch, so be it. All of you, 100 free throws. In practice, all of you, sink 100 free throws. Now more than ever, this is important. And let Indiana start feeling themselves. They've been in the city. You think they're not hearing all this? You think they're not seeing all this? Of course they are. They think they're the kings of New York now. I disagree. I just think that this Knicks team has been put together to be a championship caliber team, even when I did not believe in them. Even when I looked at them and said, not this year. They were forged through fire. They built their chemistry through playing a tough series against the bad boy wannabe Pistons, against the defending champion Celtics. And now we hear Eastern Conference Finals in the Garden. You're going to back down now? It's supposed to be a fight. It's supposed to be tough. 888-808-1019. There's a team not losing right now in New York. And that team I am a fan of. And that team I'm super proud of. And it's funny because, when we do Mets and Yankees, as we just came off the Subway Series, you can be full-blown Yankee homer, Mets homer, one way or the other. It doesn't work the same with the Knicks. The Nets are a small percentage of fans in this city, and they have no one to blame but their own ownership and general manager and their own history for where they are. But as far as the Yankees go, man, I've got sunshine. When it's cold outside and rainy outside, I got the month of May. What a month of May for the New York Yankees. There's so much good to talk about with the Yankees. Excuse me if I do that for a 5-hour KM to AM. I'm on till 1 a.m. Had to give Loogie that extra hour to talk to you, Knicks fans. Loogie, positive Tommy, bang the drum of positivity. No biggie. But I'm going to talk to the Yankee universe tonight. All is right in the Yankee universe. Those NYY young boys are playing well. We're pitching well. And you know what? We do have the best player in the game, but we're not relying on him. We have the MVP, but we don't need him to save the day. The captain doesn't have to win every game for us. He just has to lead by example and be around. Cody Bellinger's hit streak just ended, but so what? He just went off. I mean, today I'm watching Carlos Rodon pitch, and I just am screaming at the TV, Carlos Rodon, look at this guy. He turned it around. Devin Williams, his season just started in the month of May. He turned it around. Luke Weaver, leave it to Weaver. Dream Weaver, Weavy Wonder, good to have him. Yorbit Vivas, welcome to the show. Won the game for us. I loved how they won that game today. I love how they won the game last night. Embrace the Martian. Walk it off. Fight. And I went to the game Tuesday, and they won that game. Ben Rice, homer. You know, Judge homered, his shortest homer of his illustrious career. And Volpe, right? As soon as you guys are ready to quit on Volpe or Dominguez or Rodon or Devin Williams, these guys keep fighting. Do you not see this is a good baseball team? Brian Cashman's on a heater right now because the guys that he picked, the guys that he put on this team, right, to get back to the World Series, they're playing their asses off. They're shining. And then the young guys that we're depending on, the young guys that are getting some run, even Peraza-Palooza today was up. Like, these young guys are playing like they belong. That's a great formula. That's a great combination. And we're going to talk about the Yankees winning these series in a row. We're going to talk about the Yankees now going to Colorado to face the Rockies. Place your bets. 888-808-1019. Let me sneak a call in before we get to a break. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'm here all night. And I can't do the moping around. I'm not a Knicks fan, so I'm not devastated. I'm not crushed. And I also don't understand you being that. Yes, it's embarrassing to lose a game like that you should have won 10 times out of 10. But so what? It doesn't ruin you. So what? It doesn't eliminate you. Maybe it'll motivate these guys. Don't quit on your team. Believe in the team. You got another game coming up tomorrow. And I know I did this last night, right? Like I said. So I took all the therapy calls. I let people vent. We talked through all the little mistakes, the missed shots and the inbounds and the calls that weren't made, whatever. Tip your cap, I said. Tip your cap to the Pacers and how they played. They started that game off beautifully, efficiently, not missing shots. They're a good team. They did this to the Bucks in game 5 of round 1. They did this to the Cavaliers in game 2 of round 2. They did it to the Knicks historically in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, but it didn't win them anything. 888-808-1019. Jay is in Hawthorne, New Jersey. First up on the fan. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, brother?
Locking in.
I think, honestly, I think Halliburton did us a favor, man, because if I'm the Knicks and I'm a New York fan, obviously I'm loving the ride that we're on right now, but I mean, we obviously got a great opportunity in a full series remaining to make him eat everything that happened at the end of that game last night. You know, he had the great opportunity to do the Reggie Miller, and obviously we gave him the opportunity. We didn't handle business to close out that game, but I feel like he really did us a favor about just maybe waking us up. I mean, we got Hollywood for a minute, but New York is. I think this series is going to be exactly what we've had in the past with all these Indiana, New York series, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes 7. I actually, as a Knicks fan, was saying it's going to go 7, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Like, I think that we have a great opportunity to make him eat his words, and he really said the right thing, but I think just doing the Reggie Miller was enough. His actions, his demeanor, and it just, like, I'm pretty sure I speak for all Knicks fans, but it just irks the hell out of me, and I think he did us a favor by doing that. It should be a wake up.
We'll see how they respond, and that's what it's all about. Like, he may have done you a favor if that ignites some type of fire in the Knicks where they come out now and they're pissed off. they're playing tougher. Man, I was looking at the box score last night, and I don't have it in front of me, but just watching the game, I'm like, defensively, the Knicks are better. They're stopping them. They're getting blocks. They're getting steals. They look like the tougher team. When I say they're forged through fire, they had a tougher first 2 series. The Pacers played the Bucks. Damian Lillard was compromised. The Pacers played the Cavaliers. Their whole team was hurt. Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, DeAndre Hunter, who they were acquired at the deadline from Atlanta to be that final piece, and then even Spider Mitchell. Like, I don't want to take anything away from them because they are deep. And you saw that. You saw off their bench, Mathurin and Obi Toppin and TJ McConnell. And, I mean, Nesmith went hero ball last night. He went Super Saiyan last night. He went I was talking last night out. Rami texted me, who was producing last night. Hey, this is what time the show's going to start. And I'm like, I know, I'm not leaving my house until the Knicks game is, fairly decided. The Pacers fouled Deuce McBride shooting a 3. Then they fouled Karl-Anthony Towns shooting a 3, and the Knicks went up 12. And I left the crib. And by the time I got through the tunnel and was listening to Monica McNutt, I'm like, wait, what the hell happened? And when I came up here, shout out to Danny and, the other guy that works with Danny helping us keep this place clean, they were running through the hallway into the newsroom as I was running in to watch the final seconds, and we watched it all happen. We're like, what? Improbable, impossible. Is that going to happen again? This kid's going to hit 6 of 7 threes and 20 of his 30 points are going to go down in the fourth? No, because now you're not going to take your foot off the gas. You're going to be on high alert. You learn from that. Each series, each game is its different story. It's its own entity, right? Get over it. It's one game. 888-808-1019. Ryan is in Hazlitt on the Fan. What's up, Ryan?
Yeah, what's up, Keith? How are you? Long time.
Good. Thanks for calling. How are you?
Yeah. You know what? With this next series, it's just going to be attrition. Both of these teams, they had to build their all seasons. They had to build their teams based upon beating either the Celtics or the Knicks or them, because they were the top teams. The Cavs came out of nowhere a little bit, but you know what? Indiana beat them, handily and everything else like that. It's all about staying healthy.
They're experienced. Again, you tip your cap. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. We can't, and that's another thing, Ryan. So many people are like, oh, Knicks, they're favored to beat the Pacers. They're the higher seed. They're definitely beating the Pacers. Well, you got checked. You got humbled. You had to eat a whole slice of humble pie last night. And let's see how they respond to it.
Definitely, man. Yeah, you know what? So one of the biggest things I saw was that the Pacers were getting a little bit more offensive rebounds than what you've seen in the past from the Knicks teams. But you know what? That's something you just clean up very quickly just by transitioning, switching in the back. But you know what? Overall, I'm pretty confident with it. You know what? They have to win 3 more games. And then the Knicks just have to take 1 more. So
yeah. Thanks for the call, Ryan. The Knicks have to win 4 before the Pacers win 3. They can do that. I said Knicks in 6, and this still plays into my thoughts. I thought that the Pacers would get one in the Garden, not the first one. Definitely not while I was watching the game last night. And that was a hell of a game last night. The Knicks tied their franchise record with 69 points in the first half. They were hooping. They were balling. It looked like they were having fun. Man, when Karl-Anthony Towns hit that 3, and then he tapped my man that used to play for the Nets that does the taekwondo with the blonde dreads. Forget his name. He's only on the team to be an enforcer. Yes, James Johnson. Or he's real. I saw him at one of the Nets events. He rolled up with his whole entourage, and he's just got this mean mug on him. Like, don't mess with that guy. But I'm like, yo, they're playing, and they're flowing, and the Garden is behind them, and they're not going to lose because, how many minutes did Brunson get on the bench, and even Cat? Like it seemed late in that game, wow, they're going to beat them. They don't even need Brunson to close this out. And my thought watching the game was, hey, no matter what, if this stays close, they got the most clutch player in the league. He's going to close them out. And then they didn't need him, but then they put him back in the game, and it messed some things up. So 888-808-1019. We're 20 minutes in. I'm going to take calls on the Knicks all night because this is WFAN. This is New York. This is your flagship station for New York Knicks conversation. So, like, if you got a take or something that you want to bring to the table, maybe something that you haven't heard today or something you want to express, call me up with it. But I'm also going to talk about the Yankees and the good that we're seeing out of the Bronx as the Yankees head on the road. And the Mets are coming back. And this is a huge homestand for a team that plays good at home, right? This is a huge homestand in front of your fans to quiet some of the noise. A huge homestand for Soto. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's do this, man. Greetings. Welcome into another KM to AM. What I got to do right now is send the link out. The traffic was insane. So I barely got here on time. Starting a little later tonight. And yeah. Share, copy link. I will get to the chat in a second. Yo.
You know what the one thing is pissing me off all day? Is that everybody's hanging on the fact that they blew that lead at the end. Or not at the end. The 5 minutes and all, look at this.
But I'm like, if you watch the game, this was the best game they played all playoffs, minus the collapse. And it's like it came together finally. All the talk about, like, we got to play a full 48 minutes. They played a full 46.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, the last 2 minutes were what they were. Like, this is the way I heard a great stat. Final minute of the game, down 7. I think they said it's only happened once coming into this playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Pacers have done it 3 times.
Yeah, they own the Pacers posted. I talked about it last night. It only happened one other time. Out of the 4 times, the Pacers own all 3.
And this year.
In this playoffs. It is what they do. It is how they attack. And you know what? Now you're aware. Now your antennas are up. Like, hey, it ain't over till it's over. You got to put them all the way down.
Especially when you playing like that. You played like that for 2 series.
Don't let your guard down.
Yeah.
Now you know.
We're playing from ahead. Okay, we're good.
No, you got to close them out. And you know who likes to play like that? I talked about it last night. Tom Thibodeau. I said, go back to Friday. People were saying, yo, get the starters out. And he's sitting there not taking the starters out because it ain't over until that clock is 0-0 and the buzzer is red. So, yeah.
I personally, the fact he put Brunson back in when he did wasn't a huge fan.
It was odd. It was like, okay, now you're kind of fucking up the flow. Brunson's been sitting on his ass. He's got to get up and be cape on Captain Clutch here. Like,
because that's what he thinks he needs to be in that moment.
And
going in. Because that's why he's there.
Right.
If you don't have him,
but he had 5 fouls at that point.
Yeah. Like, bro, he had 5 fouls. He is clearly getting worked all night. He's put up 40 points, but he's working for 40 points.
You were fine without him,
yeah.
But you tweaked in that moment to put him in there. And you know why? Because in the Pistons series, when they lost that game with Brunson and Josh Hart out, and they didn't take the timeout, and he was like, coach's decision, and everybody killed him. He's like, hey, these guys are shooting. These guys are starting to close this lead. Let me make sure Brunson is in the game to make some shots. He didn't have the legs. He airballed that 3 in overtime, and then Cat was short off the front of the rim. I'm like, oh, these guys they're done. Yeah. They're done.
When Hart got the rebound, I was like, oh, shit. But then, yeah, Cat misses it. I will say this, though. The whole time I was kind of despondent, more just like sitting there going like, wow. And when Halliburton hit that shot, choke, I will be honest, I haven't felt rage like that in certain.
Oh yeah, of course. And like the older Knicks fan, I talked to some older Knicks fans last night. The fact that they had to live through Reggie and that, it's like, how in the does this happen? Lightning strikes twice.
Bro, I didn't have to live through. I was alive.
All right, Chad. I was talking to Big Zoo Op from the band, though. That's my guy. Zoo is the first person that I work with here at WFAN. When I did my audition, Zoo opened the door for me, you know. Okay. Yeah, big Zoo. Love it. The Wolves prediction, I think they win again tonight. Like, there's a lot of emotion behind SGA. I'll talk about it on air. Thanks for the compliments. I'll explain this headband in a minute. Hated to love it, the underdogs on top. Been for a minute now. Keep McPherson on the fan, taking calls, talking sports. I'm about to watch OKC, Minnesota. I think OKC wins again. If you were watching SGA get the MVP, and if you listen to his speech, a lot of emotion. He broke down talking about his girl, his wife, his mother of his child, and I mean, he's just a solid guy coming out of Canada, great player, seems very humble. And I just think there's a lot of emotion with the Thunder. He bought them all Rolexes, and, he's up for a massive extension, and he's going to make ridiculous money. And they're the number 1 seed. And I think they're going to carry that emotion from today, the celebration that they had today, into this game against Minnesota. Minnesota, we'd like the storyline, right, of the Knicks to go through the Eastern Conference Finals and meet Minnesota and Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo in the finals. But Ant-Man, I think that's their only saving grace tonight. Julius Randle can't be your leading scorer. Well, he can. And not to knock Julius Randle. He's been phenomenal. But like, Ant-Man, you are the star. You are the face. And everybody's got the camera on you right now. They're talking about you right now. But also, right, SGA, and I mentioned from Canada, and I could go on and on and on about, the international darlings in the NBA and how the NBA is looking for their next American superstar. And in the Eastern Conference Finals, we have Jalen Brunson, we have Tyrese Halliburton, but they don't put them in the same category as Anthony Edwards. And all they say is Anthony Edwards doesn't want to be the face. But here we go. Game 2, Thunder up 1-0, coming up on ESPN. I'll have eyes on that. I will hit you guys with a bunch of little things from the Yankees, and we'll definitely talk Mets. But of course, like I said, it's WFAN. It's a rainy night. There's no games on, right? The Yankees played earlier. The Mets are off tonight. The Knicks are off tonight. But Knicks fans have probably been listening to the fans since I was on last night and wanting to, call in and speak their piece and say what they got to say. Like, the caller that was talking to me about Halliburton and the choke sign, I thought that was premature in the moment. Reggie Miller even said so much last night, but they got the win. I just thought that, when he did that and we saw his foot on the line, I'm like, oh, he's going to pay for that one. Let's see how the Knicks respond. I think I've read some on WFAN social media, like Boomer and Gio were saying that the Knicks got to use that as bulletin board material. Sure. Add it to the other things. Like, you got this entire city behind you, this entire city mobbing in the street after you do get out of the second round, right? You got this whole fan base that's starved for this. And, I was just talking to Zoo because Zoo wasn't old enough, and neither was I, but I know of it, obviously. But Zoo wasn't old enough to live through the Reggie Miller choke. And, of course, that 30 for 30 was on today. I watched a little bit of that and with Spike. And then I didn't realize back then, people blame Spike. He was in the papers. They were blaming Spike Lee for egging on Reggie.
Old enough to remember it. I wasn't born. I was still like a year and a half away from being born. And the funny thing is, my parents were at that game. And for the only reason I really it's ingrained in my head is because when I was a little kid, and even now, when my mom, because I went over to my mom's house, we're watching the game last night, because, my mom's a big Knicks fan. And she's sitting there and she's talking about Reggie. And for 13 years until my dad passed away, all he would tell me is, oh, this game, Reggie Miller with the choke. It's a freeze. It's unbelievable. And I'm like, I'm just trying to process this moment. Of course, I've watched the 30 for 30. I've seen it twice, 3 times maybe. I mean, that, to be fair to it, great documentary. That's the only reason I've watched it multiple times. But that last night, the choke, it didn't bring me to Reggie Miller. It brought something else out of me. It brought a new type of rage out of me, something that I haven't felt in years. I'm talking Mets World Series type of
furious, frustration, irate. How does lightning strike twice in the Garden with the same team? And yeah.
Second time it happened. It's 30 years later, bro. 30 freaking years later, this guy does this. But you know what the reality is? He didn't win it on that shot. he looked like a fool in the moment. Yes, they got the win, but he still looked like a fool. And that wasn't it. That wasn't the dagger. That wasn't the win. So in reality, the way I processed that last night is that was one of the worst losses I've seen from any of my teams, maybe the worst. Outside of, actually, you know what? It's not the worst. Game 6 of the NLCS '06. That's the worst. But last night, that was absolutely horrific. That is what makes you angry. That's what makes you a sports fan, though. That's what gives you these wounds. That's what allows you to appreciate the great times. And you know what's one thing as Knicks fans this postseason we really haven't gone through? It's the hard times. And you know what? If you want to go win a championship, you need to have the hard times, because if you don't have those, then what are you going through? What are you're going to cakewalk in? Somebody called in earlier, I think to Loogie, and said, or no, it was just to you, talking about feeling Hollywood. You know what? They were feeling Hollywood. The fans were feeling Hollywood. Hollywood was in the building.
Tracy Morgan, Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet, Larry David.
And all the Oscars, all the MTV awards, everything was sitting on that sideline last night, courtside. And you know what? They needed to get knocked down a peg. Everybody did. Us fans, the celebrity fans, the team, we all needed to feel it for a moment. You know, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart doing all these podcasts, doing all these promoted podcasts, all these promoted interviews. It gets to a point where you need to take a step back and say, wow, we're only 2 rounds in. Let's keep enjoying this. Let's keep this momentum going.
Stay the course.
Another team that has done this 3 times this playoffs, come back from 7 points down in the final minute, 3 times in this playoffs. And I know you know this stat, but it was only one team ever before that did that, at least for the last 27 years, that has done since they started keeping that stat. So you have to give credit to the Pacers. You have to understand that they are hungry dogs, the same way that the Knicks are, to go and make it and win an NBA championship. So now that everybody knows that, now that everybody knows how good this team is, how many good wings they have, players that can absolutely put daggers in your heart. We haven't even seen Ben Mathurin do anything.
Right.
Hard was a 0.
Correct.
Until those guys have moments. Siakam will have a 30-point game. Turner could have a 30-point game.
Turner was on the bench. Yep.
It's a 7-game series. I said that coming in, everybody wanted to talk about how great the Knicks got over the hump. They're here. No, this is still a real team. And whether or not you think they're better than them, they're playing their asses off. And they're the hottest team in the NBA right now that is they're not allowing any of these games, even if they're tight, to be over. They are going to play to the final whistle the same way the Knicks have. But you know what? The Knicks needed to wake up and see that somebody else has the same grit, the same want, the same need to get to this championship and win it. It's about time they saw it. And I mean, tomorrow night, I feel very confident they're going to win. If they don't, it's a different story. But they're not going to not win. They're going to win tomorrow night. And when they do that, then we're going to see in Game 3 in Indiana, we're going to see the most determined and the most, I mean, honestly, the best version of this team that we have all season. We talk about Detroit hardening them. We talk about Boston hardening them. Last night, it might be a recency bias, but that was the most hardening loss that any team could ever get, with an opportunity still to go out and change it. Change the narrative, win the series, Knicks in 7, get it done.
That's my guy, Big Zoop from the Bando, big time Knicks fan on the fan, producing the show tonight. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Aaron and Woodmere on the fan. What are you thinking about, Aaron?
How you doing, Keith? First time, long time.
Thanks. Ding, ding, ding.
First of all, let's go Yankees. That's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, they went. They're already gone. They're going to Colorado.
We win in Viva.
Viva, Yorbid Vivas.
Regarding the Knickerbockers, I mean, that might have been the worst loss in all of sports history last night. And, you know, that shot by Halliburton going off the back rim, bouncing 50 feet.
I was like, worse than 28-3 in the Super Bowl. It's game one. It's game one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I gotta jump in. It didn't eliminate anything. It didn't award them a chip or anything. It's the Eastern Conference Finals is game one. It's definitely one of the worst losses in New York sports history, one of the worst collapses, but the Knicks can still win the series, have the last laugh, turn Halliburton into a T-shirt, make this just a chapter in the championship DVD.
Wouldn't that be fun? But at this point, the series may be over, and I'm thinking maybe we go out and get Russell.
Yo, I got Aaron, you my man and all, but I gotta get you. What? Russell Westbrook is on my screen right now because they're going through the Oklahoma City Thunder's MVPs. Him, KD, now SGA. What? Wasn't it like 4 years ago that we thought about Westbrook to the Knicks? Now? Why? Why is that in y'all head? Somebody called me last week when they lost to the Celtics on Saturday, and they're like, oh, well, we might as well pack it up and go get Giannis. Why do y'all do that? My whole open was about, like, belief now and trusting these guys now and knowing it's a series. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I mean, and also, like, I know it's a recency bias. I mean, that's just life, right? Recency bias. This probably is right there with the worst loss in the Knicks history and worst losses in New York sports history. But to say this is the worst loss, hands down,
in sports history, no. I'm like,
one out to get the end. Talk about curses. That's they had a chance, and the Mets rallied. The Mets.
Yeah. Amazing game. Yeah, he had to hide. None of the Knicks have to go into hiding. I immediately thought of 28-3. Atlanta Falcons. I was on the radio 92.9 the game in Atlanta last night doing a guest appearance. And, you know, they had to live with that. They're still living with that, still dealing with that. Like in the Super Bowl, this isn't the finals, and this didn't eliminate you. Let's rein it in, folks. Let's rein it in, folks. 888-808-1019. Josh is in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, Josh?
I'm telling you, there's something about that number 2. In 1996, right? Andy Potter, right? Started game 2. I mean, like, Joe Torre always started Andy Potter in game 2. Shout out to Deuce McBride, number 2. I'm telling you, game 2, New York. Let's go, New York. Go, New York. Thank you, Keith. Take it away.
Thanks for the call, Josh. I don't know. I'll try and finish your thought. Yeah, we thought the Yankees were about to get swept in 96, right? And then they started rolling, and they were World Series champions. That started it, right? That started those 5 that I was alive for. And Deuce McBride, Deuce, number 2, game 2. He might have to come off the bench and hit a few threes, and the Knicks bench is going to have to play a role. That's another thing, too, and Zoo and I were just talking about this. You know what got hijacked today? The fact that the Knicks actually played their best game in this playoffs, where they look good. That's why I said they were hooping. They were balling. Like, they look really good for 46 minutes. And you hear them talk about playing a full 48. We got to play a full 48 minutes. They played a really good 46 minutes. And they took their foot off the gas, and they got. Run through the tape. Job's not finished. But now your antennas are up. Now you're on high alert. Now you go into this next game knowing, yo, we're better than them. we can have our way with them. And we got to put our foot on the throat. We got to kill them. We got to make sure they're down. Because this is what they do. This is how they play. They can steal games late. So we can't get comfortable. We can't fall into the pomp and circumstance of the Garden, New York City. Now I think the Knicks going through this and seeing how quickly the national media, and even like, you know, they had a video circulating of Draymond and Chuck and Kenny and these guys like celebrating the Pacers coming back in the Garden. I'm like, damn, y'all some haters. I'm a Net fan and I'm not a hater like that. It just shows you like the rest of the world hates the Knicks, even though the Knicks have never really given them a reason to hate. Hate the Warriors. You know what I'm saying? Hate the Bulls, hate teams that had success and won, hate LeBron for winning, the Lakers. The Knicks haven't won, but y'all don't want to see them prosper at all. The hate is at a high level. You know why? Because they're jealous. What other scene can look like it looked like after game 6? Even Philadelphia after the Super Bowl? Nah. But that's what it is. They're jealous that it's like, yo, y'all live in New York, and now this team represents the city the right way. And y'all can party like that and do all that. We saw y'all little Subway series too. Y'all got it. New York is shining. We don't want that though. We want to humble you. We don't want to see you partying in the streets. We don't want to see you happy. We want to see you miserable because that's what we're used to.
It kind of kills that narrative for most of the rest of the country that, you know what, oh, New York really isn't that great. Oh, look at New York. New York sucks in reality. New York is terrible. Oh, they're trash.
not even just at sports, just in general, right? That's the narrative around New York. And then all of a sudden, New Yorkers stand up with a little bit of pride. They say, you know what? We actually got something here. We got something that's showing off who we really are. And you know what? Everybody all of a sudden starts to feel that, ooh, whoa, wait, they're standing up to us? How dare you stand up to us? No, 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 no. Last night was fun. Last night was a punch. It ain't going to be like that going forward.
Let's go to Ray in Brooklyn. See what Ray's thinking tonight. What's up, Ray?
Yo, Keith, I'm thinking a whole lot of things, my G. What's up? But you know what? Big shout out to Zoo Behind the Glass. And you too, bro, because you're not a Knicks fan and you remain objective and positive. I told you that last time, man. That does not, fly under the radar. We greatly appreciate that as Knicks fans, bro. But yeah, so like as far as let me say something about the Yankees real quick. Yo, remember when I called you a few weeks back? Everybody was panicking. I told Yankee fans, look, let me calm y'all down, walk y'all off the bridge. As long as, knock on wood, Aaron Judge doesn't get hurt, this team is gonna bounce back. They're gonna be resilient, and they're gonna be in the playoffs one way or the other. And probably win the NL East, and knock on wood, probably be in the World Series. This team, and I give you a stat back then, Keith. They had the best run differential. That was a couple of weeks ago. Now they're just expanding on that. They have 95, plus 95. The second closest team is Detroit, who has the best record in the league, and it's the 85. The Mets, the Dodgers, the Phillies, no one's even close. They're in the 40s, the 50s. This Yankee team is serious. Don't let the injuries that occurred prior to the season fool you. We're gonna get Jazz back, and we're gonna be off and running. We're gonna be back in that spot we were last year, and Judge is gonna knock that door down. Say that about the Yanks. That's family for us, man. The Yanks. So all you Yankee fans out there, you already know. Stick your chest out, man. We're not in second place like that other team. As far as the Knicks, look, listen, Keith, I've never been. I would say I'm over it, but I was never under it. What they did was piss me off. You know what I'm saying? Especially that Kyle Halliburton, who was was talking tough against the Knicks G League team last year when the Knicks were on the verge of going up 3-0 in Indy. You know what I'm saying? Before OG got hurt with 30 on that at the half. Like, this guy is always premature, and they don't. The Knicks are capable of playing their style. Even when people doubted it last year, when we didn't have Cat and we didn't supposed to have a great offensive team, we were beating them. We're versatile. We have the versatility, to lock down on defense when we need to with Mitch and the double big, and then we can play that game. We outplayed them for 95% of that game, playing their style. We did it last year with a less offensive-minded team. We can continue to do that. They only have one way to play, and once we start imposing our will, and trust me, our cycle captain, Jalen Brunson, is going to start imposing his will. The guy had a quiet 43 keys, and, people want to kill him. He has 7 turnovers. The same people want to talk about Brunson being a flopper. You don't think that kid's Luka's fat ass. Joel Embiid's unconditioned floppy self. LeBron flopped it. Why does Jalen Brunson get all this? And he hardly turns the ball over. The guy was averaging 2.3 turnovers in the playoffs with the highest usage rate. So by far, he's the most efficient person when it comes to turnovers in the playoffs. So the guy is not.
Thanks for the call, Ray. We're up against it. It's 8:45. The Western Conference Finals Game 2 just started. I'll respond to everything that you said after this quick break. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Okay, yo. I gotta start working out in here. I ain't been working out enough. During these breaks, I gotta hit the push-ups. It's my little gym. All right, so and chat going crazy. I know I gotta get back in the chat and talk to y'all. Push-up bar. 1 and 2. Where's my other push-up bar piece? Right here. So we got at least 200 push-ups we're gonna do in here tonight. Bands will make her dance. Bands will make her dance. The bands. Hey, hey, hey. We're gonna do a few things with these bands. I really like them for the shoulder work. Ab roller. Ab roller. Let me set up the ab roller station. Use this for some like knee padding. Boom, boom. All right. So we go station to station during the breaks. And bear with me. I'll leave the warm-up on until I get warmed up. Oh, damn. Scott Foster took a shot. Y'all watching this NBA game? Scott Foster got hit in the nose. With your bitch ass. That's what you get. He always getting hurt. So I was on my workout grind. I was killing it. I was really hitting the gym hard. And this week I was like, okay, this week, no carbs, eat right. But then I checked the weather and I'm like, it's not pool weather this weekend. And I immediately slacked off. I had a lot of things to get done this week. Short week with the holiday starting tomorrow. So I only went to the gym once. Got to get back right. Let me see. Let me get some push-ups in. At least get us started there. Nope, we're back. I just heard the music come back quickly here. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. Had to say that, Zoo was saying it too. I saw Zoo behind the glass. He said the same thing. Keith McPherson on the fan. We're watching the game. Scott Foster just took a shot to the nose. It's 2-2, low scoring right now. And we're locked in. It's a rainy night in New York City. The Knicks are not playing, but it's okay. Fret not. My guy Ray in Brooklyn called. He said a lot. He started off talking about, hey, you've been objective. We know you're not a Knicks fan, but you're holding it down. That's my job. That is my duty. Like I said, I'm a solo host. There's not 4 people in here. We can't split the room and have one Knicks fan or one Net fan or whatever. And even if, I was on the radio with other hosts, like, I'm just keep it real with y'all. I just think it's corny to be hating right now. I can't do it. I don't have that in my heart. I know how to read the room. I grew up DJing from age 15 to 27 consistently, going into rooms that I had no idea what they would be like and having to play music for people. And a lot of times I would come in with my own thoughts and agenda of, oh, yeah, I'm going to play some hip hop in here. I'm going to play some old school in here. I'm going to play some rock in here. I'm going to play some EDM in here. I'm only going to play some, top 40 pop music in here. And I learned how to read the room. If you read the room, New York, it's a Knicks town. The Knicks energy is higher than it's ever been. And you got to play to that. 888-808-1019. Now, it's Memorial Day weekend. Speaking of DJing, we're going to definitely talk about DJs as the kickoff the summer goes on down at DJs. I heard Loogie talking about, his time at DJs. My jersey somewhere in the rafters says, DJs VIP card 2011 to 2013. That was my time down there. Bring a couple baddies in, take a couple baddies out. My mom had a crib up the hill. take an Uber. It wasn't even Uber back then. Take shore cab. Neptune had a taxi. I forget the taxi. Take a taxi home, 10 minutes home. Those were the days. We'll definitely talk about the Jersey Shore in the summer and everything that's coming up, as Memorial Day weekend is like the official kickoff to summer. For people that live in the shore area, it was always like, yo, Memorial Day weekend, MD Dubs, MDW, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'll be down there tomorrow. But also Memorial Day weekend is that first like checkpoint, that flagpole, that tent pole, whatever you call it for baseball, right? If you're a baseball fan, they always say, it's early, it's April, it's only May. But then when you get to Memorial Day weekend, it's like, hey, now it's time to actually assess and look at some things. And we have enough games and at-bats and stats to be like, this is a problem, this is going good. And, when we're talking about the Yankees, man, I just have had a lot of fun watching the Yankees this month and these last couple series that they've won in a row, beating the Padres, beating the A's, beating the Mariners, stepping right up and beating the Mets, and then sweeping the Rangers before they go on this West Coast trip. And then I don't think they have another West Coast trip for the rest of the season. So all is good in Yankee land. And Ray was talking about, don't worry about the injuries. Man, I wish we had Garrett Cole, but I feel like Garrett Cole is with the team behind the scenes helping Matt Blake, and they're working because look at the pitching. Look what you're getting out of Will Warren. He's got the most strikeouts for a rookie. He's turned a corner fast. Carlos Rodon has the most strikeouts, I believe, in baseball. Looking like an ace all of a sudden, looking like a return on investment, ROI, like the guy that we paid for. And these young guys playing their part, from Ben Rice to Yorbit Vivas to Peraza, Will Warren I mentioned, even Volpe figuring it out, right? He might have a couple bad at-bats, but then he'll come through, and we just need some more consistency. But you give him grace because he's young. You give Austin Wells some grace, and I know, people now are looking at Austin Wells about, hey, he hasn't been as solid as he started. There's ebbs and flows. Maybe they blow out the Rockies and they put Ben Rice behind the plate. The Yankees are doing what they got to do right now. The Mets have a lot to do coming up this next homestand and this Memorial Day weekend. They have a fan base that needs to rally. They need a good showing out of them to feel good about their record and their standing and the payroll and the guys on this team. And obviously Juan Soto, right? Juan Soto needs to have a great homestand against the Dodgers. Be the difference against the World Series champs. Here's the team that knocked you out last year in the NLCS coming back to your building. Take 2 out of 3, maybe sweep them. The Dodgers haven't been almighty. They lost to the Anaheim Angels and got swept, right? The Diamondbacks, they barely got a game off the Diamondbacks. And the Angels, I don't know what the Angels are on right now. The Angels swept the Athletics after sweeping the Dodgers. So not your same A's out there or not your same Angels out there in the Big A. But yeah, the White Sox, you get 3 games against the White Sox and then the Rockies come to town. The Mets should get fat on these teams. They play well at home, and this is it. If Juan Soto is not smacking home runs, driving the ball, taking the bat off his shoulder against the Dodgers, and then leading into a series against 2 of the worst teams in the history of baseball, then I don't know what to tell you. And then, to bring it back to the Knicks before we get to 9 o'clock and go to another break here, 888-808-1019. We're racking up the calls, and I'm going to hit them. We're going to get to everybody. Halliburton is a marked man now, if he wasn't already. Throwing up the choke like he did and barely getting out of there alive. And, now they're going to have an agenda to stop him and an agenda to not let the Pacers win and to flip that into a meme, right? Not to get eliminated by them and let that first game be the difference in the series. Brunson is the captain of the team for a reason. He's going to lead. He's going to be clutch. He's going to be the best player on the floor. He had 43 points in that first game. He knows where he can go. He knows where he can get off. Now, we'll see how it's officiated. We'll see how they call fouls on him. We'll see, both sides, how many fouls he racks up. Will they give him the whistle? Will they not? But again, I say belief is needed now. You've gotten this far. You don't know when you're going to get back, Knicks fans. You don't know when you're going to be back in the Eastern Conference Finals. So don't quit now, right? Everything happens for a reason. Embarrass yourself. It builds character. An all-time bad loss. But what if they don't lose but another game? What if it's Knicks in 6? 888-808-1019. You'll forget about that. You'll laugh about that. Yo, remember when Halliburton threw the choke up and he had his foot on the line and then they ended up losing the series and the Knicks went on to the finals? The finals. Yes. The NBA finals could be back in New York. Keith McPherson on the Fan in New York. Can't wait to talk to you. We got a full rack of calls, but I'll get rid of them and we'll get everybody on. We're talking about the Knicks, of course. We're talking about the Yankees. We're going to start talking about the Mets as well. I'm just trying to entertain some people, have some conversations, break you guys out of this funk, man. It is good to still be alive. The Knicks are one of 4 NBA teams still alive. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Okay, yo. Before I hit these push-ups now, because I'm in this 9 o'clock hour, I'm gonna work out for sure. Let me get to y'all in the chat room. Good evening, good evening. Let's see. I'm about to go back, way back, now that I've been on for an hour. Moshi says, hi, my boy Hector. What's up, Pam? What's up? What's up, Will G, Levi? Good to see you again. The YouTube chat is getting strong. I'm about to make all y'all moderators because the YouTube is growing. I'm getting a lot of subscribers, and we got some content coming, like some long-form content coming. Josh, you just called. Love that 1-0 Yankees game. 1-0 Yankees game. Great game. I like when y'all talk to each other in the chat. Hector, what up? Pam, Demon D, Will G put out the brooms. It's a sweep. Salute. Your brooms. I'm having trouble with X. Yeah, I was having trouble with X today too. I blame Elon. Something was going on. I'm glad I'm even able to stream on Twitter right now. But I was trying to post something earlier and it would not bring up my like mentions and whatnot. Faster through the chat. Knicks in 5. What's up, Marco? Yep. I said Knicks in 6. It still very much could be. But wouldn't that be something if the Knicks go on the gentleman sweep them, just win the next 4? You'll forget all about that first game. I wonder which celebrity Knicks will travel to Gainesbridge Fieldhouse. I've never been to Indiana. I don't think I will go. Joe Green says, let's go Pacers. Yeah, now all of a sudden the Pacers have fans. Who's the most famous Pacers fan? Name 5 people. Pat McAfee, Caitlin Clark. Name 5 people that you know that are Pacers fans, besides the guy that was getting garbage bags thrown at him in the streets of New York, Game 6. Yeah, Evan Roberts called you a Knicks fan today. Yeah, Evan Roberts has season tickets for the Knicks. Like, he pays the Knicks to go watch games there. I'm not a Knicks fan. I didn't lose any sleep over that loss. I'm a good radio host, though. And I'm not Evan Roberts, who's been here for 20 years and has built up this, like, shtick and this, like, known coalition of hate, like that, like Nick hater. And it actually doesn't make sense. Evan is from New York. I'm from New Jersey. Evan is mad because he should have been a Knicks fan. I picked the Nets when they were playing in Continental Airlines Arena. The Knicks were bums. So, yeah, Evan called me a Knicks fan because I'm not carrying on at night, which I think would be irresponsible. I think it'd be foolish. I think it would be negligent as far as, like, my responsibility. I'm the one that comes on. I'm the first voice you hear when the Knicks lose that game last night. Should I have come on and trolled the Knicks fan? Nah, because I'm a Net fan. Nobody cares. That's another thing. I'm not Big Show Bob. I'm not Afternoon Keith. So, like, I don't think that my brand and my show is bigger than the story. I just can't do it. Trust me, I've thought about it. The Nets are so irrelevant, it makes no sense. It makes 0 sense for me to take the approach of, like, aha, you lost. Like, aha, you have the 8th pick in the draft. Aha, your team, your franchise has never won anything. Aha, you always suck.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Still hard to believe the Knicks gave away game 1 despite holding a 14-point lead with under 3 minutes left, but Tom Thibodeau knows they can't change that. Now it's about game 2. And we'll see how the Knicks respond in Game 2 at the Garden on Friday night. Game 2 Western Conference Finals. The Thunder took Game 1, and they got a 21-15 lead on the T-Wolves. About 4 minutes left still in the first quarter. Yankees, they continue to roll with a very unlikely power source. Only run of the game, Yorbit Vivas, his first career jack. Yankees shut down the Rangers 1-0. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Carlos Rodon, 6 innings, a 2-hit ball, 8 Ks. Then Luke Weaver shut the door. Bombers won 4 straight and 11-14. 49 degrees rating at Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
They told me bust down my AP. Perfect time, man. So the watch is Oris. That's the brand that Aaron Boone wears. Shout out to Josh at Oris. I got to deal with them. And this is a Bonnaroo headband. Yeah. Inside the 9 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, taking calls, talking sports. Simple as that. 888-808-1019. Matthew in Manhattan. You're on. You got it.
First time, long time. I go back to the Long Island Nets when they were over at Nassau Coliseum. I remember when we knocked off the defending world champions, Moses Malone, McDowell Dawkins, and Mike Juminski and Michael Koren and company. But Keith, if you're Sean Marks, first of all, how is he still general manager? And what about Giannis coming in? What do you take on that as well? Can he play? Will he be willing to play with Clowney and Claxton?
If I'm Sean Marks, I'm staying away from Giannis. I'm not bringing him here. I'm not trying to cut the line again. I'm not trying to take any shortcuts. I'm not looking for over 30-year-old superstar that is leaving the place that he won and also has history of beating us in the year that we thought we were going to win. I hear people talking about Giannis and Trae Young. I want Sean Marks to realize this may be your last opportunity to build it and do it right. Draft and develop your own team. You have some budding stars that could be superstars. You don't have to rush this thing. And your future picks, the picks you got from the Knicks, like, just be patient. Just be patient. It's the Knicks time right now. Stay down, stand down and work. And I think that's what the Nets are doing. If you watch YouTube, they have this show that they started called Scout, and they basically gave out the whole, like, that's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to build it the right way so that they can have sustained success instead of these little couple-year pops with, like, Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, KD and Kyrie. Both of those blew up in their faces.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Matt. 888-808-1019. Yeah, you said you were a fan of the Long Island Nets. The Nets have played in Long Island. They've played in Teaneck. They've played in East Rutherford. They've played in Newark. They played now in the Barclays Center. And I think the Barclays Center will be their longtime home. But follow me. Imagine you want to start a business, whatever that business may be, maybe a restaurant that you want to become popular, just one restaurant, not a chain. And maybe a dry cleaners, maybe, I don't know, any type of business, right? And every couple decades, you move that business around. You move away from your clientele. You move away from the people supporting you, paying you. You keep moving around. It doesn't help your business. It doesn't help you build clientele. On the converse, the Knicks have always been right there in the middle of Manhattan. New York fans have always known where to go. And the Nets were in Jersey, and some may say they should have stayed in Jersey. I agree and disagree because it was terrible, right? They couldn't, they didn't look like a real NBA team. They couldn't get fans to come over there. It was just like they left for greener pastures. Now, I've seen all of this. I went to games in New Jersey. I went to games in Barclays Center in the very beginning. I watched that arena transform. It's still going to take them a long ass time. And honestly, they'll probably never catch up to the Knicks. The Knicks have so many years ahead of them. But the Nets flexed and said, we're going to be Brooklyn across the chest. We're going to start a Brooklyn chant. We're going to completely act like we were never in New Jersey. That alienated a lot of New Jersey fans. I boycotted them for a year as a kid that grew up in Jersey. It didn't help. So like when I see some Nets fans, and they're younger Nets fans a lot too, that are mad about the Knicks' success, I'm like, start being mad at your own organization first, because you had it multiple times. Be mad at your owner, Joe Tsai, and your general manager, Sean Marks, for where they are. They took on the Ben Simmons trade, right? They played games with their coaching situation. They played games with KD and Kyrie and James Harden, and they had a good coach, and they had good homegrown players, and they tried to cut the line, and it blew up in their face. All right, enough about the Nets. I know. Are the Nets still in the league? Yes, very much so, but it's time to talk about the Knicks, because the Knicks are one of the last 4 teams standing. They have a game tomorrow night, and Knicks fans, I hope by now, right, are shaken out of it. You know, I hope by now you're shedding that game 1 loss and realizing it is just the first loss of the series. It did not eliminate the New York Knicks. Andrew is in Port Washington on the Fan. You got it, Andrew. You're on.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I actually wanted to call you when you first started. I might even call it your first show, but I'm an old school 47-year-old. I grew up on Joe Benigno and Steve Summers and Mike the Mad Dog. And I was, of course, disappointed he was retiring. And you filled his shoes like no one else could, I think. And I appreciate that.
High praise, working on it. Nobody can fill those guys' shoes. We still hear shows from them, and their voices are iconic, and their styles are unique, and they built this place. And, you know, any of us can come in here and do shows because of what they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they made WFAN what it is, and so anybody can pop in here and talk sports. And I thank them for blazing the trail. I'm just being myself and trying to, you know, continue to carry the flag.
You're humble as always, but not anyone could step in like you. You are special, and you know it, and you earned it. You awesome human being that loves sports. So
thank you, sir. Still, like I said, still working on it. Still boots on the ground. Still, you know, grinding every day, trying to get better at the show and doing everything I can do when I'm off air.
And that's why you are who you are, and that's why you're as good as you are. And you are building on top of the foundation, and that building keeps going up. So be proud that you have shoulders to step on, and in 50 years or 40 years, they'll be the next.
Lord willing, if I could live 40, 50 years, I'm going to be rich.
And out of the radio game, hopefully in 20.
Who knows? The radio, it might not even be a radio by then. There won't be any radio dials in cars. Like, we don't know what we'll be doing. I'll be talking to everybody in their brain chip. You just put put a chip on your head, listen to the Keith McPherson show.
No joke. Well, however it is, man. Great that you're getting into everybody's brain on the radio waves for now. Chips in the future.
Appreciate it, Andrew. My haters are like, can this guy get to the point already? We get it. He likes Keith's show.
All right, the point, I need a shoulder to cry on. I dabble in betting here and there. Yesterday, I worked 12 hours. I worked on commission. I had an amazing day. A bunch of different connections on top of it. So I get home, the game's already started. It was late, I think, third or fourth quarter. 3-leg parlay. Indiana plus 5.5. Knicks money line. Over under, I think it was 138 or something. $800 plus for the 3-leg parlay. I put in, I don't know, 500, 400 and something. It kept going down. It kept getting closer, so I still bet at 400 plus, 200 plus. I had like $100 in to win like 1,000.
And you ended up with zero.
Excuse my French. No, I ended up minus 100.
You ended up with zero in the balance, but the settled bet minus zero. Thanks for the call, Andrew, and the compliments, and sharing your bets with us. Don't bet or take a break. This gambling stuff, we're too far gone. You know what? You know what honestly stopped me from betting? The last bet I placed was Juan Soto, first home run, Juan Soto, 2 home runs, Juan Soto to homer Friday night in Yankee Stadium. And I took a look at how many lost bet. Like, I've been betting on Juan Soto this entire season because I thought he was going to kill it as a Met. I'm like, oh man, this guy's got the money now. He's a Met. He's going to go off. I saw him last year. Like, this time last year, this guy took over games, had the most competitive at-bats. That's the most alarming thing I was talking about last night. Watching Juan Soto's first 2 at-bats against Garrett Crochet, another guy who was, moved in this offseason, went to a new team, highly touted, got his money. Like, that's the matchup that Juan Soto loves. Oh, Garrett Crochet, this guy throws 100. Is supposed to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. Oh, yeah, I'm going to show him. And so when I saw Juan Soto yesterday, just looking at pitches, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with him? What is and I'm not saying that the Yankees broke him or it was the Subway Series. I'm like, this is a different guy. Completely different guy. Because Juan Soto, his at-bats, it's him versus the pitcher. It's him versus the catcher, him versus the ump. He knows the strike zone better than anybody. And if you throw that ball in the zone, he's at least going to foul it off. He's at least going to swing. He's not swinging at strikes. I'm like, this dude is zapped. He's in the twilight zone. He's going through the motions. They said his controller died. But yeah, that's when I stopped betting. I'm not betting on Juan Soto anymore. I probably lost this season over $500 betting on Juan Soto to homer. You know what it was? I got on the fan and told you after that first game against the Astros where the game ended and Hader struck him out. I'm like, oh, he's going to homer tomorrow because he's like that. And what did he do? I put $100 on him to homer, and he cashed me that second game. And so a lot of times when you hit bets, you follow up and you keep, waiting for it to be. And, the times I took off, Juan had two homer games, and I wasn't on it. But then I just kept looking at all the settled bets that I put on Juan Soto, and I lost. And I'm like, I'm not betting on him. And then Friday, I was in there. And we've all been over it. But Friday, I think Juan Soto thought it was cute at first, tipped his cap, and was like, oh, okay, here it is. Yep, 50,000 versus 1. They're booing me. This is going to be a long night. But then I went back Saturday during the day, and then there were kids booing his ass. And then Sunday night baseball, a fresh batch of Yankee fans. Boo, F Juan. So he was like, wow. And then Lindor had the quote where he said, yeah, I think this is just what it's going to be over there for Juan for the rest of. Yup, I think it's settled in that, like, whenever you return to Yankee Stadium, it might not be as loud as it initially was last Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but you're going to get booed for the rest of the time. And I saw him get neutralized. I didn't bet on him to homer Saturday. I didn't bet on him homer. So I'm like, that's a waste of money. This guy's not doing a damn thing. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Johnny and Comac on the fan. Frank, you are next. Johnny wants me to get to Frank quickly. What's up, Johnny? You're on.
Yo, you hear it?
Yeah, there you are.
What's up? How you doing? I want to say shout out Brian Cashman, shout out Boone, shout out the whole Yankee organization.
Let's go Yanks. They doing it. They looking the part. Let's go. Team looks good.
Chase 28, chase for 28, baby. We're going all the way this year. I don't give a damn what anybody says about it. We're going all the way.
Heard you. I agree. I'm ready to start feeling those things and believing those things and falling in love with this team like I did last year's team, because this team I think is better than last year's team.
The truth. Luke Weaver's the truth.
Psychopath. Oh, Devin Williams is locked. He's dialed in. He went through the hard part. Now is gravy.
We're going all the way. Shout out for Soto leaving. Brian Cashman is the guru himself. What he put on the field this season so far is immaculate. Immaculate.
He knew. He's pretty good at his job. He just doesn't get credit.
Exactly. Hal Steinbrenner too. Yeah, big shoes to fill, but
stood on business. Gave Soto the $760 million offer, and then told everybody when he changed the beard policy, I don't think we have to have the highest payroll to have a good team. I think $308 million is enough. And right now, he was right.
Soto snoozing, looking at pitches down the pipe.
I can't believe it. I'm like, this dude, he was, you watched him. Every at bat was a Soto show. If a pitcher did get him with a strike in the zone, he would do the shuffle, grab his crotch, and give a head nod like, yup, you got me there. Yup, you got me there. Where is it?
Zero passion with the Mets. Zero. There's no energy. Zero. I don't know what it is. He'll tune up, though. He'll tune up. But
This weekend. It better be this weekend. Hopefully the weather is fine. It's Memorial Day weekend, and the Met fan has been showing up, and Citi Field's going to be packed for the Dodgers series, and he better turn it up against those guys.
Yeah, man. Knicks will turn back to New York always does, baby. We'll get it.
Resiliency. Thanks for the call, Johnny. And ending with the Knicks, like these guys, I think together just represent the city well. From Brunson and his local ties, obviously his dad being a Knick and Cat being a Jersey guy, and his parents being Knicks fans and him understanding what it means, and Mikal Bridges being a Brooklyn Net and wanting to be a Knick and getting that wish. OG Anunoby already being a champion and big money guy. He knows he's got to step up and come through. And Josh Hart, heart of the city. Josh Hart, big Yankees fan. He's on Yankees Twitter, and the Yankees are bigging him up. The Yankees are quote tweeting his tweets, and then he goes on his podcast and tells everybody there's only one basketball team in town and one baseball team in town. Takes a shot at the New Jersey Nets. Takes a shot at the Make It Happen Mets. The Mets better make it happen this weekend. Juan Soto better snap out of it. You are getting paid, bro. And like I talked about return on investment with like Rodon and Max Fried. Like it's time. It's time. Okay, Juan. Like we gave you off days. You didn't do anything in the in the Red Sox series really. You and I know people made a lot of the not hustling stuff. Whatever. Fresh series against the Dodgers, and the Dodgers have star players, and there's going to be a lot of eyes and attention on that. If you can't raise your game against the team that you lost to in the World Series last year. I remember watching Juan Soto sitting in the dugout staring out onto the field. Many people thought it was because he felt some type of way about losing the World Series. No, I think he knew. I'm done here. This is my last game as a Yankee. Juan Soto better turn it on against the Dodgers because I expect the Yankees to go out to Colorado. I think, shout out to Max Manis. Max Manis said that Judge has never played in Colorado, and I thought back to 2023 when they went out there and Judge was hurt. And I've been to Colorado a bunch of times. The air is thin up there, mile high in the sky. I'm like, Judge might hit a 500-foot bomb, might hit a couple. He's like that. There's a few guys. Place your bets. Actually, you know what? I said I was done betting. I'm getting back in this weekend. When the Yankees go to Colorado, I'm putting together some home run parlays. Trent Grisham is due to homer. How about Trent Grisham? He kind of fell off a bit. He needed that knock today. I was literally looking at his numbers. He had 2 hits in his last 20. He was batting 100. His batting average went down 100. Anyway, 888-808-1019. I said Frank would be next in Monroe. Frank, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith, what's happening, brother? Thank you for taking my call. Thanks, Johnny, for waiting on me.
You got it.
I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to be the get off my lawn guy right now. Because these kids that think that they're angry at the Pacers right now, you haven't seen anything until you saw John Starks go 1 for 30 in 1994. Like, talk about screaming at the TV. Like, why Pat Riley didn't take the ball out of his hands, I'll never understand. Anyway, my daughter and I went to the Yankee game on Friday. I guess you were there too, right?
Yes, sir.
So we took the train back to Penn Station. And for anybody around the country that gives New York a hard time, I wish that these people could have spent 5 minutes on 8th Avenue coming up the stairs. Bro, I've been around the block. I've seen some big games. I have never seen anything like Friday night outside the Garden. Dude, it was unbelievable. I got video. I have a camera out. When Spike Lee came rolling down the street with his head sticking out of his limo.
Yeah.
It was crazy, bro.
Movie.
So the people around the country that give me, I wish that everybody around the country that doesn't like New York could have spent 5 minutes on 8th Avenue Friday night. Were you in the city? Did you see the
I was on air. So I did the show Thursday telling everybody how we had 2 movies. One that was going to go on in the Bronx, one that was going to go on in Madison Square Garden, how people wish and dream they could be involved in real life movies like New York is a movie scene. I hosted the show. I went to Yankee Stadium, and then I drove from Yankee Stadium down here to host the show for everybody.
Dude, I got to see both of that thing. It was unbelievable. I was at the Mr. November game. I was in 1978 Yankee Stadium when the Yankees announced Billy Martin was coming back. I've been to a lot of big games.
Yeah.
Anything like the Garden on Friday night, bro. Unbelievable.
Thanks for the call, Frank. 888-808-1019. You know, share your experience. Tell me where you were. We did it last week. And I was like, yo, like, you understand? I've been on trains, and I've been in different places in New York where you'll meet strangers. You'll see people are foreigners and they'll have suitcases and stuff, and you see their eyes light up. Like, we get really jaded. We forget because it's packed. There's traffic. It's rainy. There's garbage everywhere. There's rats. It smells. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that go on in New York that, you know, you're getting tickets. You can't find parking. When you do find parking, you know, you got to pay for it. And then if you're 5 minutes late getting back to your car, you got a $65 ticket. There's just a lot of different inconveniences. But I think, you know, a lot of times you can get jaded and forget that, like, you're in a place that it's hard to exist, and people are in other places looking at us. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram, they're on YouTube. Shout out to my YouTube watching right now. Like, there are people that are, like, you know, checking in. I think Amber in the chat, you know, she's in the chat every night. She's watching from Utah. You know, there are people that are New York sports fans and you know, look at New York like a movie scene and wish they could be here. And a lot of us just take it for granted. But I know a lot of you went to Yankee Stadium this past weekend or Madison Square Garden. I know people that went to both. And I was talking it up. I'm like, some of the young cats are going to pregame at Yankee Stadium at Billy's and stands in the dugout at like 5, 6 o'clock, and then take the train down to Penn Station at 34th, get out, go to the watch party, watch the Knicks game, and then party in the streets. And, like, you don't need a ticket for any of that. You just got to be able to get on the train. A lot of y'all jump the train. You young boys, I see you guys jumping the train. I don't have the heart. I don't have a heart. Not anymore. It's tap to pay. It is what it is. I just pay it. I need to actually find somebody here in HR. There's some type of commuter benefits where we can get that money taken out of our I need to get that set up. It just clicked in my head. I used to have it. We used to have like a Wex card or something. I need to do that because now, you know, it's like pre-tax dollars that can go on a card. You know, it's tap to pay. I'm not cheating the system. I'm not jumping the train. But I see you guys going through the exit doors and jumping the train all the time. Like, it's $6. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, now I got to actually do some workouts in here. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? All is right in the Yankee universe. Those NYY young boys are playing well. We're pitching well. And you know what? We do have the best player in the game, but we're not relying on him. We have the MVP, but we don't need him to save the day. The captain doesn't have to win every game for us. He just has to lead by example and be around. Cody Bellinger's hit streak just ended, but so what? He just went off. I mean, today I'm watching Carlos Rodon pitch, and I just screaming at the TV, Carlos Rodon, look at this guy. He turned it around. Devin Williams, his season just started in the month of May. He turned it around. Luke Weaver, leave it to Weaver. Good to have him. Yorbit Vivas, welcome to the show. Won the game for us. I loved how they won that game today. I love how they won the game last night. Embrace the Martian. Walk it off. Fight. As soon as you guys are ready to quit on Volpe or Dominguez or Rodon or Devin Williams, these guys keep fighting. Do you not see this is a good baseball team? Brian Cashman's on a heater right now because the guys that he picked, the guys that he put on this team, right, to get back to the World Series, they're playing their asses off. They're shining. Nice. My boy Gabe cooked up. I'm about to post this video right freaking now. I'm about to give Gabe my login. Like, Gabe, yo, just make these videos for me and post them yourself. Let's see. Brian Cashman is on a heater right now. I'm starting to fall for this team that he put together. Let's see. I'm starting to fall for this Yankees team he put together. The veterans and the NYY young boys. Let's get back to the World Series, one series at a time. All right. That's going out on Twitter. Copy, paste. Yo, I lied. I was supposed to work out. I didn't work out shit yet. But I'm working. I'm putting stuff on Instagram, Twitter. Oh, boy. OKC up 41-37. 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Let's see. Karate Kid Keith. That's where I was on the chat. We'll try and bring the chat current.
New York, explaining the Bronx.
I'm starting to chart, bro. I'm starting to chart, bro.
Those NY.
Also, send me your logo. I can just put it in the corner of your vids when you have it on your stream. Well, all right, bro. Okay, let's do it. I was about to say halfway through another 5-hour KM to AM, but I started at 8. This goes to 1, right? Somebody in my chat's like, you go to 12. I'm like, no, you guys are confusing me. I started at 8. This goes to 1. It's still 5 hours. We just started an hour late. You know, so Loogie didn't get his, Loogie, he gets like 30 minutes, which really is like 20 minutes. And then with the breaks, it's like 13 minutes. I'm not laughing at Loogie's time. I'm laughing at Zoo because he just started laughing at my breakdown because he knows as the producer, he's the one setting it up. Like you don't get that much time to get your thoughts across and get calls in. And Loogie obviously deserves it. He called Knicks in 6. And with the Knicks right now, he definitely needed that extra time to talk to the Knicks Nation and get his Lug hour for an extra hour. So Keith McPherson on the Fan till 1. Of course, talking about the Knicks, but trying to continue the conversation around the Yankees and the Mets and where we are right now in the baseball season. It's Memorial Day weekend, and baseball fans usually say, by Memorial Day weekend, tell me about the rotation. By Memorial Day weekend, let's take a look at this lineup. By Memorial Day weekend, how's the bullpen holding up? And so far, so good. Coming off of an NLCS appearance for the Mets and a World Series appearance for the Yankees. Yes, the Yankees were in the World Series. The Subway Series was not the Yankees World Series. Pretty good start from where we left off. You can dream, you can imagine both these teams being postseason teams and both these teams figuring it out to get back to where they were. Just before the Subway Series, the Mets had a better record than the Yankees. Just before the Subway Series, the Mets were in first place. The Yankees are in first place. They have a better record than the Mets now. And that run differential, when you look at the Yankees, that plus 95, boom. And the Yankees, however you want it, you can get it. They're winning games. They're winning games by one run that Yorbit Vivas hits a solo shot to decide, and they get great pitching. Even with Fernando Cruz going down, you guys know Fernando Cruz is on the IL. He had the shoulder injury. I was wondering, like, they've been showing the bullpen budgets, and I think 2 nights ago we're like, where the hell is Cruz? And then Boone told us he had something with his shoulder. Mark Leiter Jr. Mark Leiter Jr. is in the circle of trust. Carlos Rodon is in the circle of trust. Not mad at y'all. Good to have y'all. And, like, I know Yankee fans are tough. And it's funny because people are wondering, oh, why are you guys giving Juan Soto a hard time? We give our own players a hard time, bro. I was in there. They were chanting, "We want Weaver" when Devin Williams was on the mound against the Blue Jays. And that's when I was spiraling. You know, I'm off that now. I was spiraling because I'm like, how does this guy overcome his own fans, the beard policy? Pete Alonso broke him. He can't throw the – he did it. And the Yankees did it because that's their jobs, right? The manager and the pitching coach and the bullpen, like, their job is to get the best out of these players. And I think that's going to happen with Juan Soto too. 888-808-1019. That's the only answer. When I'm looking at Juan Soto wondering what happened to the guy, where is that guy? You know, I think that's going to happen with Juan Soto and Carlos Mendoza and, you know, the Mets and Chavez. And, like, they got to figure out how to get him right. I'm going to play something a little later. I'll send it to Zoo because I want to get these calls in. But I had a clip in my notes. Jason Dominguez gave credit to the mental department of the Yankees to stay poised in moments and was asked about being out of character for his walk-off homer. Mental health is a huge part of this thing. And I know the Yankees have a mental health coach. I'm sure that the Mets have one because I've said, right, I don't think Juan Soto is over there wanting for anything or lacking anything with Steve Cohen's operation, David Stern's operation. You know what I'm saying? As much as people talked about this week, oh, he wishes he was with the Yankees. It was better as a Yankee. Like, I don't think he's wanting for anything. I think anything that they need, they can get from him. I think if anybody needs a mental health coach or somebody to talk to, a psychiatrist or some therapy, whatever, it's Juan Soto. And I think that's what the Mets got to do to potentially unlock him. And hell, they might have done it today, might have done it with this off day. And then here come the Dodgers on a series that he's got to get right with tomorrow. 888-808-1019. Back to the Knick fan therapy and the, you know, Knick fans calling in to, you know, talk through their emotions and their thoughts before we get to game 2. Down in Miami, RJ's back on the fan. What up, bro?
How you doing, man? How's everything? It's reception problems, 90-degree weather here. How's everything going?
Yo, stop flexing on us, bro. We get it. 305. It's hot and sunny. We can hear you loud and clear. It's raining and it's cold out here.
I got you. Hey, real quick, I was going to talk about my Yankees because I'm a diehard Yankees fan. Been there, stuck the Empire. Very proud of us. Very proud of what we're doing. I love listening to you. I love seeing you on social media because it displays people down here. Even if you like the Marlins, there's no reason to like them. So, all your Yankee updates and all that. But, yeah, no problem on them. And I'll be calling you. Don't worry. As the season goes on, I'll get my Yankee stuff in. But real quick with the Knicks, I'm a 90s guy. I'm 50. I know you hear this all the time. My dad, rest in peace, that's Spike Lee. He does not know to this day, I can barely look at Spike Lee on TV based on that Red Miller. That's how serious it was about that game and what Spike Lee did. To this day, I can barely look at Spike. But say, man, all Knicks fans need to relax. I think we got a great coach, got finally a team that, you know, we got a true, with Brunson, a true leader, a true player. We'll rebound, man, and they'll fix that last 58 seconds of that game. That's all they have to do. So, I mean, I just want to let you know, you're doing a great job. Tell me more about your family. Keep talking about Jersey, man. You're great. So I'll keep listening.
Thanks for the call, RJ. Shout out to RJ. RJ and I connected online because RJ played football and he went to the University of Richmond. And he also had an offer from James Madison University where I went. And what connected us was WFAN. He's down there in Miami, but he's from up here. But he heard me one night talking about, you know, going to James Madison University to play football and taking one visit. You get 5 visits. And I didn't take my visit to Richmond. And he did the opposite. He took his visit to Richmond and signed with them and then didn't go to, you know, JMU. And I'm like, you should have went to Harrisonburg, bro. You should have went and checked it out. That's the spot. But yeah, man. He said, even if you like the Marlins, there's no reason to like the Marlins. Like, I have no idea. That's another thing people are jealous about, right? Our radio station and the media coverage we have here. You know, like, I had Boston fans calling in during the Boston series. We probably have people from Indiana listening tonight, probably trying to drink some tears. Not going to get them from me. Spoiler alert, I'm not a Knicks fan. But yeah, that Reggie Miller stuff, I watched the 30 for 30 day, and I always knew about it, and I knew that Reggie was, but like I didn't realize like the whole city was blaming him. He was on the post, like it was his fault. It's not his fault for egging on Reggie Miller. It's the player's fault for not stopping him. But Spike was in there, and Spike is a Hall of Fame fan. I've connected with Spike, and I've seen Spike in Legends. I saw Spike at the Pinstripe Pride event. He's a great fan. I'm excited to see the movie that he put together with Denzel Washington and ASAP Rocky. I think it's shot and based in New York. I don't know if it's out yet, but they've been doing the promo. They were just at the Canes Festival and whatnot. But yeah, I just honestly think the Knicks are going to, like, this is what I envision, because I used to play football, right? So we always, no matter what, you watch film. You watch film after a win. You watch film after a loss. You watch film of the other team. You watch the film study is every day. And, now film is so advanced. Like these guys have film on their tablets, on their phones, on their MacBooks, whatever. Like, you don't need a projector to watch film. So I imagine, them breaking down the film, and they probably had a good time watching 46 minutes of that film. They probably watched that game back and were like, damn, man, we were doing it. We were rocking in there. Look at the arena. They're chanting defense. We're hitting shots. And then when it unraveled, that's when the teaching starts. That's where Tibbs is going to lay into them. That's where they're going to probably hold each other accountable. This can't happen. Got to make a play here. Got to draw up a play here. Got to have a better inbound play here. Got to hit your free throws. Got to find the open man. Got to dribble the ball and eat the clock. Don't fire up shots in the beginning of the shot clock. You have a lead, right? Treat it like football. Tick, 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 tick. Run the clock out. Don't rush. Don't panic. So I think they're going to be ready to go. I think they're going to win the game tomorrow. I think they're going to even up the series. And then all this will be, behind you if they go to Indiana and take the first game. 888-808-1019. Let's go back and forth. We'll go Yankees, Knicks, Mets, Knicks. And I have some more takes on the Mets too. I'm glad that they did change the lineup in that last game to get out of Beantown without being swept. Yankee fans were rooting for the Mets to beat the Boston Red Sox. I know they were together doing the Yankees suck. That's to be expected, but I know I wanted to see the Mets knock down the Red Sox because I want to have a nice, comfortable, cushion lead in first place. In Montclair, New Jersey. Sonny, you're on the Fan in New York. What's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing? Remember the beginning of the year or the end of the winter? Oh, the Dodgers are so loaded and the Yankees are so, looks like we were so far behind. They closed the gap so quickly. First of all, we're a half a game behind the Dodgers in the standings, 2 off the best record in baseball, which is the Tigers. But the great signs that I'm seeing is you're seeing the personality of this year's team come into focus. And also, like, just the way that you have a Bellinger who can take the Grom deep. If you have a guy like that just on your roster, and you have the 3 MVPs back to back to back, and now you Boone is actually bringing in Weaver 3 days in a row. He finally got the memo. And don't tinker with the pen now. Like, just because Williams is doing well now, don't switch it up. It's not broken. Luke has the DNA for the closer. People are getting very comfortable with their roles here. The Yanks could build up, like you said, really nice lead in the next month because they start playing the White Sox, they start playing Colorado. And I think for that reason, Soto's going to start picking it up too. There are a lot of garbage teams out there that he should be able to feast on. And if he doesn't, then something really is wrong. But with the Yanks, like I said, I'm going out to LA for Friday night's game. I just thought it looks like it's going to be Freed is going to open up. So they're not playing games. I think you're going to get. It'll be nice to make a statement in LA next weekend, and just keep doing what they're doing. They're grinding out games. The defense looks so much better, and there's reinforcements on the way too. I mean, the pitching staff. I'm not a Rodon fan. He made me shut up. So did Williams. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Sonny. I mean, I'll go backwards. Like, I'm a fan of anybody that puts on the pinstripes and the road grays. Even if I didn't like them on another team, I'm rooting for them to win. And that's what I've preached to Yankee fans who boo our own players or chant, we want Weaver. I'm like, yo, we need these guys. And I came in this season saying I don't trust Carlos Rodon, and he can't be trusted. I'm trusting him now. And Boone kind of peacocked. there was a video where Boone was basically saying, hey, I told you guys this was going to happen. I told you guys that, the game he gave up those home runs. Yeah. Boone said, I tried to tell you this when he gave up the 3-run homers and everyone was losing their mind. What was that against the Diamondbacks? I don't know. Boone said he's about to roll off a bunch in a row. And Boone was saying, he was talking about his stuff and saying, hey, if we get a couple of those good performances, bro, I'm watching Rodon today. I'm like, he's balling in a 12:35 start that most of us thought was going to be either rain delayed. That's another thing about the Yankees. Early on in the year, they were affected by the rain or even the thought that it might rain. This series, all of these games, potentially, the last two, definitely, we thought were going to get rained out or postponed. The weather gods were with us. Mother Nature was with us. They were able to play. Rodon comes out there. He's balling. He gave up 1 hit in the first, had a 1-2-3 inning in the second, starts off the third with 3 strikeouts. And I'm sitting at home. I'm literally just like laying in bed, like doing work, watching the game. And I'm like, oh, Rodon is like, the bats were quiet. The 4th inning, Jake Whataburger grounds out. Marcus Semien grounds out. Jonah Heim flies out. I'm like, another 1-2-3 inning. 5th inning, another 1-2-3 inning. And like his pitch count is starting to get up there. And he walks Wyatt Langford. He gets in a little bit of trouble there, but he strikes out Josh Jung. And then Jake Berger comes up again, wannabe Yankee killer, a guy that has hit homers in Yankee Stadium for the Marlins, for now the Texas Rangers, and he strikes him out. And I'm fired up. Like, PC Richardson, like, let's go. Carlos Rodon. Like, what? Carlos Rodon goes 6 innings, only gives up 2 hits, strikes out 8. He's got strikeout stuff. He's got now, like, he was just like when he first came here, he was fastball changeup, but he's got an arsenal of pitches now, it seems. Fastball, a slider in there with the changeup, and he's pitching, right? He's not just trying to overpower guys. He's not just trying to land his fastball, and he's keeping the ball in the park. I've just noticed a difference in him. I feel confident with him on the mound. And then they go to Leiter Jr. Leiter Jr. has to step up with Fernando Cruz on the IL, and he's been solid. And Devin Williams. Yeah, like you said, Devin Williams, a lot of people are out on Devin Williams, and even me, I was never out on him. But I was out on him being the closer, and I was even out. I was like, for a while, you can't put him in with a lead, but you have to. He's one of the best in the game when he's going right. You have to get him right. You're paying him. It's a job. These guys have to perform, and the only way they're going to perform is being thrown into the fire. And he has been great in his last few outings. Like I said, his season started in May. His last few outings, he's been solid. Like his last 7 games, he's got 6 in a third innings pitch, only giving up 2 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts, .47 whip. In his last 15 games, 2 saves, and obviously now that starts to go back a little further, so I'm not even going to go to the hits and the runs there, but just look at his last 7 games. Devin Williams is a guy that is now the setup guy for Luke Weaver, Weavy Wonder, a guy that, like, Luke wants to be thrown out there. He wants that job. That is his job. He's got it back, and you can trust him. I don't know. There are a lot of things coming. You mentioned Cody Bellinger, like, can take DeGrom deep. Yeah, he's like that. He's a former MVP. He's played in big games. He was playing with the Dodgers in a big market. He's not phased. And the biggest thing for me with Cody Bellinger, why I was never giving up on him, he can play all 3 positions in the outfield well. You can put him anywhere in the outfield. He's a plus. We're not so worried about Jason Dominguez's defense anymore because he can hit from both sides of the plate, and he's fast. It gives us a threat on the base paths. Judge can go 0 for 3, and it doesn't matter. They win the game, Trent Grisham can come back down to earth a little bit, and it doesn't matter. Ben Rice doesn't even enter the game. JC Escarra catches the game. And let me give credit to JC Escarra because listening to the postgame, all they did was rave about JC Escarra behind the plate. And we know him as a bat-first catcher, but they gave him a lot of credit for how he calls the game, how he manages the game. So the Yankees, yes, you're starting to see the identity and the personality of this team come together. I think the Subway Series was a big help in that regard. But they've got a lot of talent, and it's a good mix of veteran players and young players, and there's still help on the way. Heel is coming back. Stanton is coming back. Jazz is coming back. And before you know it, the trade deadline's coming up. So I don't care about the Dodgers and what was said before the season. In the beginning of the season, it's still only May 22nd, a long way to go, but so far, very good. Keep McPherson on the fan. 888-808-1019. Taking your calls again right after this. Still ain't done one push-up. But I want to bring this chat current. Okay, so let's bring the chat current, right? I was talking about the Bonnaroo bandana. I went to Bonnaroo in 2019. Yes, I went to Bonnaroo in 2019. And it was amazing. If you can go, go. If you can go, go. Sorry, 1 second here. My phone is always hot. And I didn't post. I posted on TikTok. I posted on Twitter. I posted on Instagram. I got to post on my YouTube shorts. I'm a festival goer, or at least I was before I got married and had a kid. Now I'm old. I aged out. But you know, I've been to Coachella a couple of times. I've been to Lollapalooza. I've been to Bonnaroo. I've been to EDC. Bonnaroo is different than all of them. Bonnaroo, I never went to Burning Man, but you know, Bonnaroo is like one of those camp out. You're out in the farm. It's crazy. It's in Tennessee. It's in Manchester, Tennessee. And I loved it. My sister brought me. My sister has a business where she does like glitter art on girls, on women. It's called the Biodegradable Sparkle Bar. So she gets contracted to go to these festivals where these girls have like, you know, glitter art all over their bodies, and they wear these outfits, and they're, you know, they dress like fairies, and they, you know, they do their thing out there. So I went with her on her behalf. Like, she paid for me to go out there. It was sick. Okay. That's uploading. Faster. Oh, some Beetlejuice vibes. Yeah. What it is unlock your mind. Bonnaroo is all like psychedelic, radiate positivity, open your mind. The coolest thing about Bonnaroo, they have all the festival stages, but then there is a secret stage, and it's called Where in the Woods. And late at night, when the other stages aren't playing, you just hear music coming from like way out. It's literally in a farm in Tennessee, but you hear music coming, and you've got to walk like a half mile away from the, like, you know, festival grounds. And when you enter, there is this whole like path and a stage and activations in the woods. It's sick. I'm like, is anybody in the chat ever been to Bonnaroo? Knicks light up the Garden Friday. I believe so. Been listening to you off and on the past few weeks in the car, and you are great at what you do. Appreciate it. Thank you. Los, what up, bro? You working on the other side? Good to see you. Yo, I text you back from that picture of the from the Derby, the NYCFC Red Bulls game, but I think I was on the train. It had never went through. I think I was on the train, so it never went through. You sent that picture from the match.
I went to the
I got to get to one. They're hosting me for, I think, the Derby when it comes to Sports Illustrated Stadium. Yeah.
All right.
I was actually watching the replay of it on MSG today. I'm trying to learn. You know.
I'm trying to learn.
I know you're new into it too. So
brand new. But
yeah.
I'll link up with over there in New York.
Well, I'll talk to you about it. I probably could get an extra ticket.
Okay.
Maybe 2. Okay, quickly here. Keith McPherson on the Fan. A couple minutes until the 10 o'clock hour. So let's see if we can get a couple calls in. We're obviously talking New York sports, Knicks, Yanks, Mets, and people just calling up and sharing their experiences, whether it was last weekend or whether it was 1994 or whatever you got. We're passing the time on a rainy night where all our teams are off and we get ready to get back after it on Friday, where the Knicks, the Yankees, and the Mets will play. Tom is in Monroe Township. Tom, you got it.
What's going on? Cool Hand Keith. That's my name for you, because I think you're really cool and smooth the way you do your broadcasting.
Thank you, sir.
Let me tell you about, I'm 65 years old, and I've been to some of the greatest Yankee games ever. I was at the game in 76 when Chandler hit the home run in the playoffs to make the World Series. I was at Dave Righetti's no-hitter in 83. I was at 77 when Reggie Jackson hit the 3 home runs. I was sitting in the bleachers. I got thrown out of the game for throwing peanuts at the usher. A guy standing outside seeing me, yelling and screaming that I wanted to get back in, and handed me a ticket for free. All right, this is the God's honest truth. Then I was also at 96 when the Yankees won the World Series, the clinching game. I was at 2003 when Brett Boone hit the home run to bring us to the World Series. I was at the game in 2001 when George Bush was at the stadium and the Eagles flew into the stadium. But there was nothing like when the Rangers won the Stanley Cup in 94. I was there, Madison Square Garden, lifted off the ground. I never heard anything louder than that. And it was like just an unbelievable experience. And I've been, like I said, I've been at some really, really great games. But one thing I want to say, and I want to hear what you have to say about, on the game on Sunday night, when it was the 8th inning, when the Yankees scored all the runs, and Dominguez was on first base, why did not Boone, even though we scored all the runs, right? But why didn't Boone send him to steal second base, the fastest guy on our team, and we need to get a runner to score a run, and he's keeping him at first base? I don't get it. I don't get why he didn't send him. What is your thought?
Yeah, I think that'll end. Even on Saturday, there was a play where Dominguez should have been going, and we got to utilize his speed. And I think it's just like, I don't want to say falling asleep at the wheel, but I think it's not like, putting the signal on. I think that ends. I think now Dominguez has shown how much he can motor, and he's going to be going all the time. And they got to be sending him, and we got to be thinking that. We got to be thinking about manufacturing runs with his speed. He is like elite fast. Right. One of his main tools. I think it was Saturday on the Volpe hit, right? There's too many games. I think Saturday on the Volpe hit was the same thing. It was like, how come he wasn't going? Because he could have scored. He ended up getting held up, and the Yankees end up losing by 1 run. So, I think that's just done now. I think, you're going to be seeing – I'd rather them apply pressure and make the defense make a throw, make a tag with Dominguez, who I think will find his way. He'll win that battle more times than not.
A way that he could contribute to the team in that respect. They need that. He needs that,
Yeah, I think there'll be more heads up, and Boone will be more heads up on it. Thanks for the call, Tom. Yeah, I just went back to the box where it was, I think when bottom of the 6th, Cody Bellinger homers, Paul Goldschmidt grounds out, Jason Dominguez singles on a ground ball, Volpe singles on a ground ball, and remember Saturday? It wasn't that long ago. Saturday's loss. Shout out to Base and everybody. I said it when I came on the Fan, I think Sunday. I was like, Yankee fans after that game that I was having conversations with, some were saying it was rigged to set up the rubber match. Others were blaming Boone. And that was one of the things they were blaming Boone on. How do you not have Dominguez going from first when Volpe singles, I think, into right field, Dominguez with his speed probably could have scored. And then, yeah, that's when Brazoban came in, and then Ascara reached on a fielder's choice. And I don't know. I just think that, like, it's something that in the moment they got to be aware of. And I think now they're going to be more aware of. Like, Dominguez is elite level fast. And if he gets on, green light the whole way. 888-808-1019. I love the story, but like I always see the video of the Chris Chambliss home run and then everybody running on the field, and I'm just like, how? And then even Tom's story about, all right, you're throwing peanuts at an usher, you get kicked out, and how do you get back in? Like, I just can't imagine Yankee Stadium. Yankee Stadium has top flight security. They have White House level security. You can't do anything in there. There are so many security guards, and they have that place on lockdown. Like, you're not doing anything in there. But I guess back then it wasn't. You know what else? Cell phones have changed everything. There's a video floating around. Shout out to Steve Brodzinski who put it out there. And I quote tweeted it. I got a little frustrated this week. Mark, who leads the roll call with the Bleacher Creatures, and Jared Carabas, who I've had on WFAN at least 4 or 5 times, they got into a little back and forth. And then obviously with the Bleacher Creatures turning their back to Juan Soto, people were saying the Bleacher Creatures are corny, and the Bleacher Creatures don't have the effect that they used to have, and like, oh, you guys are clowns. And I just got upset when I saw this video of the old bleachers, and I think about how many of the OG creatures I've met and how many still come, and like how they built up this fraternity of fans and how no other fan base can duplicate it. I'm like, yo, the story will be told and all records will be set straight. There's a lot of losers online helicoptering in that never were in the section, never in Yankee Stadium, that want to say what the Bleacher Creatures are and aren't. But cell phones changed the section. Like, when you look at this old video and the song that they're singing and how they're carrying on, you can't carry on like that in Yankee Stadium for 2 reasons: the cell phone and security. 888-808-1019. It's 10 o'clock already. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's go to the break and the update. I'll be right back. What's up, Marco?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm working on that. I have to buy something for it, and I know what to buy. Maybe I'll buy it this weekend. The audio that you're hearing is the microphone from my MacBook, and when I'm playing the callers, you're hearing the monitor speakers in here. I have to buy a device to feed the audio into the MacBook. It's like at least $100 I have to spend.
This is obviously to prove a point, so yeah.
It's always premature.
I give them credit. Turn this around fast for them. Usually this would take a week.
Total, we have over 1,000 views. I don't care about views. I'm on the radio.
No,
you know how many
I
thousands
turn
of
this
people are
around that
listening?
fast, I'm stunned.
And like, for any young content creators, don't worry about the numbers and don't worry about JMS. We can't see your face. We don't know your name. You have 0 views. Like, I'm getting paid for this. YouTube sends me a check. I'm getting paid for this. My WFAN check will hit at midnight. Like, I don't care about those numbers. I'm doing numbers, like, off of being myself. Who are you? Who are you? So I always throw up the banner. Never met a hater. They just pop up online. They're not like that outside. So I encourage, the young people that want to start their channels and their Instagram and their TikTok and all that. Don't worry about the numbers. Be yourself. Sharpen your sword. Work on your craft. Become who you want to be. Don't worry about stupid idiots that pull up and they want to knock you down because you don't have a lot of followers or viewers. Anybody can go from nothing to something. I did. Please.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Knicks are in regroup mode, trying to understand how they melted down the stretch with Mikal Bridges, boiling it down to understanding their assignments defensively. Well, the Knicks know they can't afford to drop the first two games of this series at home as they get ready for the Pacers Game 2 on Friday night. Game 2 Western Conference Finals going on right now. Just started the third quarter. Thunder with a 58-50 lead on the T-Wolves, looking for a 2-0 series lead. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a day after winning his MVP, has got 19. Anthony Edwards leading the way from Minnesota, 16 points and 8 rebounds. Yankees just keep on rolling. Blank the Rangers 1-0. Yorbit Vivas, his first career homer. And Carlos Rodon made it stand up, fired 6 innings of 2-hit ball with 8 Ks. Mark Leiter Jr., Devin Williams, Luke Weaver shut the door from there. Yankees have won 11-14. 49 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
2 hours in, 3 hours down, or 3 hours to go. Let's get back to the show. Thanks for rocking with me. Thanks for the people watching. You know, I had a quick moment in the live stream chat that I've been doing these live streams. I read a lot and I pay attention to a lot of things that are going on, and live streaming is the way. I would be streaming on TikTok right now. That is the way. They're putting a lot of money into these TikTok lives. If you are anybody out there that is trying to make a name, trying to get in media, trying to be seen or heard, I encourage you to start up a TikTok and start going live. I don't care if you're talking sports. I don't care if you're talking about fitness, fashion, cooking. Like, it is now easier than ever to make money off this stuff with influencer marketing and opportunities. And, you know, I'm scrolling through my chat and I get a lot of love. I appreciate people that call with the love and the internet love, but it also comes with hate and negativity. And I acknowledge that too. I bring it on. So we had a guy in the chat, like, you're a nerd. You only have 21 views, but he was only looking at one platform. I'm streaming on 4 platforms, but I use that as an opportunity to tell some of the young people that I have in my chat that admire me, that are watching all the time, that want to be on the radio, want to have followers, want to do this as a career, as a profession. Everybody starts somewhere. Anybody can go from nothing to something. You can't be worried about the numbers right away, right? Did Steve Jobs worry about the numbers right away? Did Jeff Bezos worry about the numbers right away? Did Phil Knight worry about the numbers right away? Any successful person in any business, not just like online where everybody can see how many followers or streams you have. Everybody starts at 0 when they have an idea, when they come up with something, when they start something. And having those low numbers can make you quit. It can make you feel bad about yourself. It's not a direct reflection of yourself, but you have to build, and you build brick by brick, day by day. So, you know, people always project. People always project. Somebody literally can jump into my live stream and mock me and say, I only have 21 viewers, which right now we have 1,073. And every night I've been doing this, we've been averaging like a couple thousand. But somebody that does that, who's all they had was a letter J, so we couldn't see their face, and a stupid screen name. So, like, but you have 0 followers. You have 0 views. We don't even know who you are. But thank you for pulling up. And I thank everybody that listens or cares to listen or does any, like, we are passing the time. You could be doing anything else with your Thursday night before Memorial Day weekend, and you're listening to the fan and you're watching me talk to other fans and talk sports. So let's continue. Let's get into it. I opened up the show tonight talking to New York and talking to New York fans of the Knicks specifically. That game sucked last night. Shouldn't have ended that way. But it did. It's over. It's in the past. Now they got to respond. And you as a fan got to shake it off and know it didn't eliminate you. It doesn't end the series. And you have a resilient bunch. You have a team that they're going to answer the bell. And they answered the bell. they came out and they look like the better team, in my opinion, for 46 minutes. And I think you'll see more of that. So let's get back to the calls from the Knicks fans as we are just waiting every hour, right? You're antsy, you're anxious, you're waiting because you got to get redemption, right? You got to get back on the floor, get another win, and erase that loss to feel better about where you are in the series. But you're in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's Memorial Day weekend, and the Knicks are still playing. Keith McPherson on the fan. Let's go to Isaac in Brooklyn. What's up, Isaac? You're on.
Thanks for taking the call, Keith. By the way, Keith, I'm not old. I'm only 23, but I actually went to your live chat. And personally, I just like hearing the voices on the radio. I don't know. I like putting on WFAN. I just like it that way. That's what I'm used to as a kid. That's the way I grew up.
Oh, yeah. Trust me. Radio is so intimate. You can be cleaning your house. You could be driving. You could be working out. You could be hanging. You could do other things with your eyes and just listen to the radio. And voice is so much of it, right? There's some people you might not like their voice. You can't listen to their show. You might find my voice easy to listen to. And I'm on for 5 hours. So, thanks for that. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening.
Yeah. And so just on the second thing, there were two things that really bothered me. I couldn't answer phone calls. I broke so many things in my house yesterday. Forget all that. I didn't even see this. I saw this on Twitter, even though I'm skipping all the social media things about the Knicks because it bothered me so much last night. I couldn't even watch any of it. But I saw today that Tyrese Halliburton, I turned it off for 0.2. Keith, if you're in the state championship game and you throw a pick up like after you're blowing another team out and you lose the game, I left you the 1 yard line the last day of the game, and the quarterback lets you the football after, how do you not throw that football back and get in his face? I don't understand what Capner's 0.2. You can't get a shot off. Take the ball, throw it back at him. You're not going to get suspended. You're not going to get fined for that. Something. You got to show some emotion. Then you have Obi Toppin walking out through the tunnel telling fans, I'm in the Ritz. Dude, you are nobody. We got rid of you. All you could do is dunk. All you could do is guarded and garbage time and come in and give us like a nice 360. But that was all you did for us. And those two things bothered me the most out of last night's game. Forget the whole thing. It was after. It was just like insult to injury that I still can't get over.
Thanks for the call, Isaac. Yeah, I understand that. They do have to keep their cool, though. It is a long series. You could get suspended, and you could hurt the team. You could do something detrimental to the group if you let emotions get the best of you, right? You just hate to see that type of stuff. And again, this is New York. They're supposed to be tough. They're supposed to have a swagger about them. They're supposed to represent the city, and you don't want to see them get punked or bullied. You don't want to see them get trolled or mocked, and that happened. Obi Toppin, though, Obi Toppin's from Brooklyn. Obi Toppin used to be a Knick. And so I saw that video too. And I think somebody said, like, Obi, we got rid of you. We don't need you. And he basically told the guy his location. Like, if there are any problems, I'm at the Ritz. Pull up. Like, we could chat about it. We could take this as a further step. Like, if you want to continue. But obviously, Obi, that's just his New York swag. That's just his New York energy. And he's not really going to meet up with the fan. The fan's not going to do that. It's just that's what happens in the arena. It's the Garden. Is high energy, and afterwards there was the clip I saw, New York basketball does a great job on Twitter at NBA_New York. Did the Pacers wear down the Knicks? They asked Halliburton, and he says, I think maybe you could say that they missed a couple free throws, short misses. In coach speak, the wear them down effect was in full effect. 7-game series, 13 days, our approach to try and wear on these guys. Their starters play a lot of minutes. So, they are super confident right now because they stole that game. They have the deeper team. The minutes police has been out on Tom Thibodeau since beginning of his coaching tenure, and they feel like, okay, we stole that first one and they didn't have their legs under them, and we've done this now, right? I think I read the stat last night. It was like 4 and 1,702. That was the stat in the games that the lead was where it was and the team came back, and the Pacers have 3 out of those 4 wins. So that is their MO. That is their style. That's how they want to play. And they feel like they got one, and they feel like, you can't rock with them because they can run 10 deep, and the plan is going as planned. I said in my open, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. The Knicks got to come out and punch them in the mouth and show them, like, yeah, that plan that you have is cool and all, but really we lost the game. Really, we gave y'all the game. It wasn't so much you executing your plan. And Obviously, in sports, there's athleticism, there's strategy, but then there's also some luck. It's a make or miss league. They made all of their shots. They made so many shots down the stretch. That ball is not going to bounce, hit the back iron and bounce straight up and go right down again. Or maybe it will. What do I know? That's why we watch. That's why we bet. That's why we have a 24/7 radio station where we talk about this stuff. And there's pregame and postgame shows and podcasts and live streams and all that good stuff to cover it. Val is up in the Bronx. What's up, Val? You're back on the Fan.
Chris, it's good King, long time no talk. I'm always listening, but long time no talk. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I know you're always tapped in, and I know you got something to say. I always give you your runway, so go for it.
All right, I want to talk a little Knicks, but I'm going to try to get into baseball points really, really quickly. With my Yankees, man, just keep following the directions. I told you I wanted that consistency. What is it, about to be like 5 series in a row that they won? So let's keep that going. I like that consistency. And I'm, again, disclaimer, Yankee fan, but I'm going to say this because I know people, the minute you say something about the Mets, they feel like you're trolling. This is not that. But what I will say, if there's any truth to what some of the talk was this week about Soto, kind of hoping or wishing that he was still a Yankee, I think there's nonsense to that, and there's still a little bit of sense to that. They both could be true at the same time. And I say that to say this. When he came in last year, it was almost like an unspoken rule, no Boo Soto, and while he started off nicely and didn't really give us any reasons to, there was a certain kind of, welcomeness that came to him when he came here. And everything that happened, even with how we got to the World Series, I'm sure going through the struggles that he's going through right now, if there is any truth to a sentiment like that, there has to be part of him that's thinking, like if I was still there and the love that I was getting, if I'm going through this rough time right now, would I still be getting that love? As Mets fans, y'all gotta stop trying to question everything about what's wrong with him and start trying to do everything you can to help him get back to who he needs to be. That love that y'all gave him that week, I think it was early in the season when y'all gave him that standing ovation when he first came back to Citi Field, and he actually talked about that, when he said it impacted him. Y'all need to get that kind of feeling going back again, because clearly the guy's got a few things going on in his head, and he's trying to settle himself. And that sternness that you see him might be just him trying to be serious while he's trying to work his stuff out. It has nothing to do with y'all. He's probably more upset about what he's doing right now and the way that he's affecting things than even the fans are. So y'all need to do everything that you can to help him get back to who he needs to be. That being said, let me talk about my Knicks. Fifth, I told Big Drew when he took the call, I wanted to say thank you to both of you for the way that you started this show. Because I call this, and I've said it before many times on the Fan, this is a city of Easter versus Armageddon. 1 minute, the Christ done risen, and the next minute, the 4 horsemen is rolling, and the world is about. It's game 1, okay? And the Minutes Police came out, a couple of roses, even over the weekend. The Minutes Police, I didn't hear not one of them. Everybody was saying the fact that he played them so hard and played them the way that he does is probably what put them over the top of the series. Because at times when they needed to have their head and their leg, it showed that their conditioning was actually there and they actually had it over the other team. Now all of a sudden it's back to the playing too much minutes. The Brunson thing with the put him in, not put him in, hero ball and all this stuff like that. Just a couple of days ago it was, thank God we got him, and all of it. We cannot be like this, man. We got to let them know that we are built for this. We were actually, so much in that game that I'm listening to people talking about they turned the game off thinking that they won it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that far. There's a few things that, yes, we need to do to get back in it, but I would prefer to hear more of the calls that are coming through. And I heard some of those, the previous caller, a couple of calls, I heard somebody on Evidence Thinking where he was talking to them about some strategy stuff. Let me hear some things that you're actually putting some to the conversation that's how we make these adjustments to move forward. Because it's just a long series. This is only game 1. And we need to make people that. And one last thing I'm going to say, or one more thing I'm going to say about that. And that's why I like my guys, because we take things personal. Instead of worrying about it's done and starting to talk stuff about Tibbs they need to run Tibbs out and this, that, the other, and the third. Understand the way that Brunson and them, the stuff with that choke and all that stuff like that, The real hit right now is to make them people look like fools. To make the little chuckling that you heard from Reggie Miller when he hit the shot, and you could hear him in the background as Albert was talking about the play, and he was laughing. Make them all look like fools, because y'all are idiots. Y'all won one game, and y'all starting to run your mouths already. When we win the next 4 straight, or we take the series in 6, then let's hear what everybody got to say. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's go, and let's get it back, man. Show them the heart that we got, man. This is nonsense. Y'all out here crying. Come on, man.
Thanks for the call, Val. 888-808-1019. Yeah, we were on that type of time just a couple hours ago in the beginning of the show talking about the Knicks. I think they did so much good in the game, but it's overshadowed by the little bit of bad not closing the game. In the same way I said that the Knicks got ahead of themselves. They didn't run through the tape. They count their eggs, before they hatched. They felt like that game was in the bag because the party was all the way up in Madison Square Garden and they were feeling themselves and they got. Well, the Pacers are feeling themselves. Now you got to make them look stupid. You got to make them look foolish. Okay, you got one game. Go take the next 2 games. Lock down. Raise the intensity up. Have a chip on your shoulder. Have an edge, right? I wouldn't be smiling this second game. I wouldn't be laughing or joking this second game. I'd play with a little bit of fire. I'd play with some energy like, yo, you stole one. We got to get that one back. It's business. It's straight business. Belief is needed now. I know a lot of Knicks fans through the first round, second round, and already in this third round have been ready to pack it up and quit because you're not used to this territory. You're not used to being here. It gets tough. You're going to lose games. You're going to have heartbreak. But you got to believe in these guys. They got here for a reason. They have talented players. They have a good coach. They got to bounce back. And, going back to what Val was saying about Juan Soto and the standing ovation, Mets fans are great. You know what I said? Like being at Yankee Stadium for the Subway Series, Mets fans are really nice. The Met fans that I met that recognized me, that wanted to talk to me, came up to me. Their approach was really nice. Yankee fans, aggressive. Yankee fans, mean. Yankee fan, not all of us, but for the most part, the Yankee fan is nasty. The Met fan, is pleasant a lot of times that I've seen. They're not so hardened, not trying to be tough, and they want to love Juan Soto. They want to give him a standing ovation. They want to pick him up, and I don't think they're going to boo him. He got booed enough in the Bronx. I think he's going to get a love fest with the Dodgers series if he performs. I think it's going to be loud. And then you have the junior varsity coming in with the White Sox and the Rockies, but how about handle the Dodgers first, right? Handle the reigning champs first and break out of it a little bit. Get back home, right? Juan Soto, get back home with the Supreme Court of Soto and get back in your ballpark in front of your fans and take the bat off your shoulder. Be who you are. Be who they're paying you to be. I do think coming back to Yankee Stadium was a shock to his system. Imagine going back to your old office place, a place you worked for a year, and you look at your old desk or your old cubby or your old cubicle, and it's completely different. And nobody says what's up to you. If anything, they're looking at you so it feels awkward. It's like, well, a lot changed around here. I mean, it's that times 1,000 for Juan Soto. He was in a stadium, and I was in that stadium 50 times last year. He was in a stadium that stadium he had eating out of the palm of his hands. And even though he was just dancing for dollars, he was just showing the whole Major League Baseball. Look how the fans love me. I'm Juan Soto. I'm the Centurion. Offer me the biggest contract ever. The love from the Yankee fans was real. They didn't boo him, and they wanted him to feel at home, and they wanted to try to entice him to stay. Yankee fans did their part. But when he came back and saw that same area, and like I said, probably the same faces, because you know, if you go to Yankee Stadium, we see the same people all the time. Season ticket holders, regulars, obviously the ushers, security people, bartenders, vendors, people that work at concessions. It's the same people there same people there every year. Juan Soto probably saw some of the same faces. He couldn't look at those faces, but that's done. He does not have to go back to Yankee Stadium unless there's a Subway Series, World Series. So I expect the Met fan to welcome him, to cheer him, and for him to loosen up this weekend and next week in Citi Field. 888-808-1019. And, Val started off talking about 5 series wins in a row. And, man, when the Yankees, they do this a lot, right? When they're winning series and they're winning in different kinds of ways, and there are different heroes each game and series, you just start to fall for the team. You start to feel like they can't be beat. You start to feel like they're going to find a way. And it's a good feeling. You can't go undefeated, but it's a good feeling to string together 5 series wins in a row. The Knicks are looking for their 3rd series win in a row, and I think that they're on their way tomorrow in the Garden to evening things up. Let's go to Richard in Manhattan on the fan. Richard, you got it.
Keith, I got a quick question for you.
Okay.
Which of these 4 teams has the best road record in baseball? The Los Angeles Dodgers, the New York Mets, the New York Yankees, or the Tampa Bay Rays? Which of those 4?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would guess the Dodgers. The Rays, because I was about to say, because the Rays play in a ballpark that is not their own, so they probably love going on the road. I know when they came to Yankee Stadium, I'm like, they love playing in big ballparks because they play in George M. Steinbrenner Field.
Can you imagine their payroll to the other 3?
Yeah, it's nothing.
Devin Williams made a comeback. Juan Soto can make a comeback. Why not? Why not? You know, last Friday night, I think it was at the height of sports. Unbelievable.
I loved it.
Soto coming back with the Mets to Yankee Stadium on the same night the Knicks are playing the Boston Celtics, ready to clinch the second round series. That was unbelievable until last night. I've never seen anything like this. The game, that first hit, you know how I would describe it to you? For me, as a 65-year basketball watching guy. So I've been watching since Cousy, 1961, I remember. Anyway, since watching that game last night, that first hit, it reminded me of how the All-Star games, NBA All-Star games used to be in the 80s with Magic and Isaiah and those guys, Stockton and them guys. The All-Star games were up and down, but defense was being played. That's how the first hit looked yesterday. Both teams were playing defense, trying to guard the other team, but it was up and down, great basketball, and it was wonderful to watch. Of course, the second half was a little difficult. To me, the Knicks looked like they ran out of steam. But what happened, I think, most of all to the Knicks yesterday, as great as Brunson is, and you can't say nothing negative about the guy. He is wonderful, this guy. But as great as he is not a pure point guard. He's not in the mold of Stockton or Isaiah or Magic or J. Kidd or Walt Frazier. Those guys not only were point guards and they could score, they were also leaders as far as knowing the temper coaches on the court. I don't get that sense with Brunson, like as a coach, you know. And I blamed also Thibodeau yesterday. I mean, to lose a lead like that, the way they were playing with their pants on fire, trying to score. See, I think they got intoxicated by the way they were playing.
Yep. That was the best game that they played from start to almost finish the entire playoffs.
Correct. So they didn't take, it's like a box. You have to fight one. Don't keep yourself in the 15th round. Just play it cool. Let this guy come at you, but just stay away. Don't get knocked out. And they try to make too many plays. And Keith, when I saw that ball hit the rim, go straight up in the air, and then come back. I mean, it went really high in the I've never seen it. Back down without even grazing the rim and came straight through the net. That was
Thanks for the call, Richard. Yeah, it was something. I screamed. I was in here. I ran. I said, oh, the Garden. Something about the Garden and visiting teams and players. Like, they breathe that same air that they pump into there, and it can help them too. Hopefully not tomorrow night. Keith McPherson on the fan. We're rolling. 888-808-1019. We got to break it down, though. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up in the chat. Fucking weirdos in the chat. I read the weirdo comments and then I move on. Like, you got to be an old ass lame. The dude that called me Urkel. Like, don't age yourself. Don't date yourself. It's like people hate online. I'd be outside. I'd be at the game. I'm everywhere. I go out, I'm in the bar, and everybody I ever meet is so nice. No, the show that I did on MLB Network is now like a podcast, and LG and X were doing it, and LG is pregnant, so it like doesn't even exist anymore. I'm really like, I'm probably gonna get back on TV in some capacity, but I'm really working on live streaming and influencer marketing. Yo, what up, man?
Good, thanks. Yeah.
Thanks. All right, let me bring this chat current because this is like this was from 9:25, so I got an hour of the chat to get back to where we are. That's my boy Gabe who clips my stuff. Gabe is the man. He was in the chat like you guys. He heard me talking about, yo, I don't have time to do my own social media. He stepped up to the plate. Him and I worked on some business, and yeah, that's my guy, man. He's helped me a ton. What's the symbol on your headband? Does it mean something, or is that a Karate Kid look? It's Bonnaroo, man. It's a Bonnaroo headband. It just means like open your mind. It's a key to your mind. Your like third eye. I asked if anybody in the chat had been to Bonnaroo. I don't think we got anybody that said yeah. You still have trouble with Twitter, Keith? I haven't been on, so that was hours ago. As a fellow person from NJ, proud of the work you're doing. Period. Yeah. Got to represent Jersey because a lot of New York is Jersey people. They act like Jersey's like second-class citizen, or like, and Jersey is right across the river, and a lot of this workforce, a lot of great talent, and people come out of New Jersey. What I always say is my brother left Jersey, moved to Queens, moved to Brooklyn, and acted like a New Yorker and never wanted to come home. And I never wanted to be like that. I was never coming to New York to like perpetrate or pretend like I'm a New Yorker. I'm from Jersey. I'm in New York, but I've been coming to New York since I was a little kid. So Mets overrated. Remember how obnoxious Mets fans were every day the past winter? Yeah, that's why I stood on business, when Soto didn't do shit. I wasn't. I thought that was crazy. He did. Rodon leads the AL with 80 Ks, 11 straight games with 5+ strikeouts to start the season. Amazing. Martian is so good. Yes, he is. And he's young. Great series. Bourbon legend. Of course. You don't even got to ask for permission. You got the wrench. Beat DeGrom, beat Evaldi, and Patrick Corbin. I'm starring that. That's a good point. How accurate is the shot clock in the NBA? It might be a little off. What we see on TV might be a little bit off of what you see, or what's actually on the TV and in the game. My X account is down. I just refreshed it. No, it's not. We're all right. David, thank you. Mad love. I get way more love than hate, but I let the haters talk too. Watching Belly today, he's got 2-homer game on the show, and they're going to Colorado. Yeah, he's gonna hit out there. Oh, see, Hector got to the haters in it. This is why I made some people moderators, because while I'm doing the radio show and people are hating, Hector put him in timeout. Like, shut up, bro. What do you think about the Knicks coach's decision to bring all the starters in with 5 minutes left? Didn't work out. Should have just kept going the way you were going. You're the man, Keith. Keep up the good work. Always listen in my car. And hey, appreciate it. I'm glad to be available on cars, or in cars, on the radio, on the app, and right here. Keith, you got mods now. I know. I got to add Amber this weekend when I get a chance. Maybe tonight if I remember, but I got to go home and go to sleep. Big fan. Don't agree with your Soto opinion, maybe because I'm a Met fan, but dude just needs something. Which one? I got a bunch of Soto opinions. Keith, shout out to all the yellow cabbies listening to your takes every single night. Yeah, you know what's crazy? More than one of my friends have gotten into a cab in New York and heard my voice on the cab driver's radio and been like, I know him. I went to high school with him. Like, that blows my mind. Yeah, I'm not tapped in on the Liberty. I need to get there. Yes, Steve Summers and I talk whenever he's here, and I call his landline. Okay, back to the show. A little bit after 10:30 p.m. Thursday night, May 22nd, going into Memorial Day weekend. Keith McPherson on the Fan in New York. Our New York teams got the night off, but the Liberty played. Shout out to Adam G6 in the chat. I got to tap in with the Liberty. I've never seen a game, and I was invited to come see a game, but I always say, like, they play when the Yankees play. Not tonight. I mean, I'm on the radio. It's not like I could have went tonight. But they play in Barclays Center, and they are the reigning champs, and they are good. So I gotta go see a game over there. Why not? I go see a game everywhere else. I've been in every other arena. I've seen every other team. When's the next game for the New York Liberty? Buy tickets Tuesday, May 27th. See, that's the other thing. They play at night when I'm on air, or when the Yankees are on and I gotta watch the Yankees, or the Mets are on and I gotta watch the Yankees to talk about them on air. Anywho, we got Yankees calls, we got Knicks calls. I don't get too many Mets calls. I understand. The Met fan is like, I don't want to talk to you. You think I want to freaking talk to you about Juan Soto? Maybe you want to talk to me about Brett Beatty. Maybe you want to talk to me about Starling Marte. Maybe you want to talk to me about Luis Torrens. No, I'm here. I'm here if you change your mind. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Yankee points. First on the basketball. If memory serves me correct, Sam Jones won Game 4 in the 6-9 playoff against the Lakers with the exact same type of shot. Hit the rim, down, up in the air, and came down.
I'll take your word for it.
The second thing, I'm not blaming the refs for the Knicks blowing this game. But I'm 67 years old, thank God, behind her, and I never saw where you have a top 5 ball player in the NBA in his home court getting beat up the way Brunson did. Now again, I'm not blaming the rest of the wars, but the guy is playing at home court. He's one of the top players in the game and doesn't get any balls.
Yeah, it is odd. He doesn't get the superstar whistle still. He's small and he's underrated for some reason still. Even he won the Clutch Player of the Year. He was an all-star starter. But no, like, you're expecting him to get the LeBron treatment, the Steph Curry treatment, the Luka treatment.
I don't want to ticky tackles, but he was getting physical elbows in the head.
Yeah. And we got the slow-mo view where you can see it so clearly, but the referees don't see it as clear as we're watching it on the TV in real time.
That's what they get paid to do that.
They get paid to watch the game from the best seat in the house. They're on the floor watching the Eastern Conference Finals, not affecting the game, not calling anything.
On the Yankee points, I was watching MLB Central today, and I saw Mark DeRosa saying that Will Warren has elite stuff. If I had to look it up in the beginning of the season, would you believe it?
No. I mean, Will Warren in spring training looked good, but he struggled in the first month of the season where I thought he was a candidate to be sent down when Clark Schmidt came back. I thought he was a candidate to be sent down if they made a trade. He has really turned a corner. I give credit to Matt Blake, maybe Garrett Cole, and maybe the veteran pitchers on the staff that are there with him. Like, he turned into a veteran. He went from a rookie. He grew up quick. I think that's a good way to put it. He grew up in a matter of 3 weeks.
Yeah, Susan said basically the same thing. He said he learned how to pitch in Major League, which is outstanding. Second thing, what's the mark of a good team? The mark of a good team is that every night there's a different hero. Now, as opposed to last year, we had 2, Soto and Judge, and that was basically it. But this team, every night's a different guy. One night is Rice, one night is Bellinger, one night is Goldschmidt, and one night is the catcher. So, to me, that's the mark of a good team.
Yeah, it feels good, and as I was talking about this team getting put together, thanks for the call, Bruce. I was saying, okay, last year we had the top tandem in baseball. We had the best 1-2 punch, Soto and Judge. Wasn't more of a feared duo in the league. And those guys could bail you out. If one of them was slumping, the other one would come through. Or Soto will get on and Judge is driving him in. Or if, you're down to your last out, you're hoping you can get Soto up or get Judge up and win like that. And I said we needed to shift from a top tandem to a top team. And now, that's why I said Brian Cashman's on a little bit of a heater, bro. I know we don't want to ever give him credit, but I know for a fact, and I love when people, and I say all these things like this, I say I know for a fact. People be like, you don't know on the internet. Like, this guy says he knows. Like, you don't know. You were talking. I know for a fact Brian Cashman didn't want to give Juan Soto $760 million in 16 years. I know he didn't want to give any player that. I know he knows Juan Soto is great, right? They said so much in the American League Championship. They were just happy that Juan Soto was on the team, right? Because a guy like Juan Soto, when the moment fell on Juan Soto, he had the at-bat that sent them to the American League Championship. We don't know if any other guy on the team would have been able to have an at-bat like that to essentially win the game. But Juan Soto wanted to go to the highest bidder. And I've joked that if the Savannah Bananas put all their money together and said, yeah, we're the Savannah Bananas, we want to sign Juan Soto to a 15-year deal, he would have signed with the Bananas. He'd be playing banana ball right now. But he went to the Mets. They got the richest owner in the sport and a bright future, and they're going to make a dynasty. And all that's well and good. I believe it when I see it. But Brian Cashman now was tasked with pivoting. And so far, very good. The pivot was so good, you don't even need Garrett Cole right now, in theory. You don't really need Giancarlo Stanton right now, in theory. Like, you know how crazy that is? Like, the Yankees don't need the Cy Young winner from 2 years ago, the Rookie of the Year from last year, the ALCS MVP from last year. Like, Cole, Heel, Stanton have not played a single game, and they've won 5 series in a row. And they just went up against, 3 legit starting pitchers in Patrick Corbin, Jacob deGrom, and Nate Eovaldi, and swept the Rangers. And there were people telling me, don't even bother this year, Keith. This isn't the year. They're going to regress. They're going to take a step back. How are they going to replace the production of Soto? They have to. And I got on air and I said, it's the Yankees' business to do this. They have to be good. They have to sell tickets. They're not trying to take a step back. And in this championship window, when Judge gets a year older, Stanton a year older, DJ a year older, like, they have to go for it. And man, Max Fried, Devin Williams, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, great. And then the young guys who, hey, you young guys are going to be forced into duty. No, we're not getting a third baseman. We got a third baseman at home. Oswaldo Cabrera, heel up. Oswald Peraza Palooza back on. I saw you today, and I saw you in this series making defensive plays. I saw you double. Like, I'm all right with Peraza. Like, he, I wish he was a little bit better, but the team is so good. He does not have to be a superstar. Yorbit Vivas. The kid went into the clubhouse after he homered. He called his mom. He's a whole kid. You know how proud you were when you were young. You do something, you called your mom. Hey, Mom, what happened? I got my first scholarship offer. Great, son. See you when you get home. Like, Yorbit Vivas is on the Yankees. He hit the homer to win the game. He went in the clubhouse. He called his mom and his family in Venezuela. What a great game today. The Yankees, like, I'm falling in love with the team that Cashman put together. They're on a little heater. It doesn't matter if it's Luke Weaver or Devin Williams or Jonathan Loaizaga is back and more help is on the way. They have so many guys, and I think their chemistry is right. They smile and they laugh and they seem like they're locked in. It seems like the clubhouse is right. It seems like the chemistry is right. And they know there's only one mission. Mission 28. There's only one mission out here, and it's to get back to the World Series. And whoever comes out of the National League, so be it. Man, I'm not going to rush it. You take it day by day, game by game, series by series, week by week, month to month. But we are talking about where the New York Yankees are as of Memorial Day weekend, which starts tomorrow. Hell, some of you might have been starting tonight. It might be Memorial Day Eve, Thursday for you tonight. The Yankees are in first place. The Yankees have 30 wins. The Yankees have a high run differential. It's not just Aaron Judge save us or we can't win. anybody can be the hero. The pitching has been great. Anybody in this lineup can hit home runs, drive in runs. I know Yankee fans are, never happy and spoiled and want to complain, but I don't think there's anything to complain about right now. Let's go to John and Maspeth on the fan. John, how you feeling?
Yeah, no Mets fans want to call you about one stuff.
It's weird, bro. Like, they want to talk to me online. They want to comment on my Instagram and my Twitter a bunch, but they I might get one every hour. I might get one Met fan that doesn't do the internet, and it's like, hey, Keith, what do you feel about the lineup? Or
I know, yeah. They always talk to me on the internet too. They take bad things, but you know what though? So yeah, let's start off with some numbers. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's start off with the number 9.
Okay.
Into 9 double plays this year when he rounded into 10 the entire last year.
Okay.
Start off, now let's go to the number 3. He struck out 3 times so far this year in 2 games, which the second one was yesterday, right?
Right.
Last year, in 150 plus games, he struck out 3 times, also in 2 games. 50 plus games for that.
Yeah, I don't even remember those games. That never happened. And I always say with Soto, if that happens, he's the next one. Like the next day, he's the first one in the batting cage. He's making up for it. That was his thing.
Yeah, first one in the batting cage. Now this year, he's the last one on the field.
Yeah, he's it's like, bro, but that's real. I saw that in Yankee Stadium. He's the last one to come out of the dugout.
Scared to face reality. Now let's go to the number 1. There's only one batter who lost more bat speed than him so far this year. That's Josh Naylor. His bat speed has declined, where he lost more bat speed than anyone else so far this year compared to last year, except for one player. So there you have it. The number 1, only one player lost more bat speed. The number 2, 2 games and 3 strikeouts so far this year, when he had 2 games and 3 strikeouts all last year. And the number 9 double plays this year, 10 all last year. I don't know what's going on, man, but hey, listen.
0 shuffles. You forgot that we haven't seen 1 Soto shuffle. 0 compared to 100 last year.
The only thing he's shuffling right now is stacks of hundreds,
The only thing he's hustling is Steve Cohen and the Mets.
The only thing he's hustling is Steve Cohen. Yeah, that's the only thing he's shuffling right now. He's in his high-rise condo somewhere in Midtown, shuffling all the stacks of $10,000 each. Whatever, man. At least he's happy. At least his mom's happy. His family's happy. They got the private jet, their suite, the premium tickets, the security, and all that. What can you say,
John, before I let you go, the 7 line is listening because they're big fans of mine. I saw you got into a little back and forth with the 7 line. Let them know that you live close to Citi Field, that you're not driving out to Citi Field to make the content.
I can get to Citi Field in 10 minutes, So I really listen. People say that, oh, you drove to Citi Field. I actually just drove by there 15 minutes ago.
I'm sure you pass it a lot on the highway. I'm sure you have to pass it a lot.
I'm gonna go pull out of my driveway and go back to Citi Field right now and I might go put a Yankee hat on top of Tom Seaver or something, Make him go feel like a winner.
Thanks for the call, John. 888-808-1019. John has become public enemy number 2 with the Met fan online. I'm number 1. I got Met fans threatening me. I got Met fans telling me what to say, what not to say. I'm like, well, we've only just begun. This is 15 years. This is the first Subway Series. Juan Soto coming back to Yankee Stadium. It's fun, man. Juan Soto has added so much juice to the Met-Yankee rivalry, the Subway Series, the back and forth. Maybe in July you'll have your time in the sun. Keith McPherson on the fan. Talking sports. Got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. All right, chat. Yeah. So, do I talk to Steve Summers? Man, yes. When I first started, I would say I was probably talking to Steve every other week. I have his landline, and I'm trying to focus this camera up here real quick. I would talk to Steve and get advice on how to do this night shift, how to sleep, and just kind of pick his brain about little things. You know, I'm not perfect. I had a couple little issues, bumps in the road, learning things. And what I'll say is Steve was a great, and still is a great resource for me when I first got going. And I leaned on him a lot as far as like, hey man, what do you think about this? Or like when you were on, did you do this? Or also, will you come on my show? As I talk about the like Met fans and how Mets fans have it out for me, a lot of them, I would use Steve as like almost like a olive branch, a peace treaty, right? Bring back one of their favorites who like Steve has been gracious to me. And yeah, what I was doing, I was keeping Steve involved. I was keeping his voice alive. I was keeping Steve on the fan because so many people were like, yo, you're replacing Steve Summers. And I'm like, I'm not replacing shit. I'm like, no one can replace Steve Summers. Like, I'm just getting my feet wet. I'm just getting my show started. This guy's a legend. This guy's iconic. Like, there will be no replacing Steve Summers. But then he started doing some shows of his own where I wanted him to like keep his material. And then now he's got the podcast. So like I see him in here now when he comes in and does the podcast. And I don't ask him to do my show so that he can save his takes for his own show. But yeah, there's my Steve Summers spiel. Last time I saw Steve, he said 2 H words. He said, what I love about your show is your humbleness and your humanity. He says, you are great. You have listeners, you have fans, you always have callers, but you're humble about like who you are and where you are, and your humanity that you show other people. Man, people call up and disrespect me. People disrespect me online all day. And I give people the opportunity to. I treat everybody fairly. And yeah, that's my Steve Summers spiel. Okay, let's get through these. Let's get through these a little faster, man. Let me zoom this camera out. All right, bet. Shout out to all the yellow cab drivers. Steve has a podcast on Odyssey. Me here, you there. Wish you all the blessings and prosperity. Thank you. The bandana, Keith. You commemorating the new Karate Kid movie? I gotta order. I'm about to order one. Karate Kid bandana. I'm gonna order one of these. Actually, Junk Brand makes one, and I have a little affiliate deal with them. I could probably get one for free. So you'll see me pop up with one. This is Bonnaroo, though. Have you ever seen a ball hit off the rim and bounce? I don't know, not like that. The closest one was Kawhi, and that was on the baseline, or that was on the side. Sure. Yeah. Definitely some more farmers out there. Okay. And we're back. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking to fans about sports. That's just what we do here. It's WFAN. Like, people call nonstop all day, every day, and talk about the same teams and the same sports. It's crazy. They never get tired of it. They keep doing it, and we just keep rotating different people out behind the glass, behind the microphone, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So let's continue. 888-808-1019. Moose is in Jamaica on the Fan. What's up, Moose?
What do you do?
You know, doing the job.
Handful of quick hitters about the Yankees, and I'll talk about the Knicks. Stop me when I'm telling lies. The Yankees don't have prospects. The Yankees are relying on washed-up veterans. The Yankees don't have enough pitching to compete with top-tier starters.
I think everything you're saying is a lie. You said stop me when I'm. Are you intentionally saying things that aren't true?
No, I'm trolling.
Yeah. It's...
To give benefit to the doubt of the best. If that's the tongue twister, it's the play on words. I guess I'm seeing. I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. We're on pace to win 99 games when we were by Vegas to maybe win 80 something because we had so and so and so and so. But that being said about the Yankees, good for us. I went to the game, kind of chilly. I tried to walk in there with a Red Bull. They said, "No, you have to finish." I'm like, I'm not chugging a Red Bull in like 50-degree weather.
Yeah, you can't bring in open container. You can't walk in the stadium with an open Gatorade.
In the summer, they're nice. If you have like a bottle of water.
Nah. It's got to be sealed. Trust me. I have tried to bring up a lot of miscellaneous things into Yankee Stadium. You can't do that.
The first things first, you can't even get like 203 seats no more. They've been like.
It's ridiculous.
You have to buy 203 seats a week before.
I was just having this conversation because of the popularity of the bleacher creatures. 203, the prices sometimes are like 100 level prices, and it's always packed in there. Oh, I don't know.
I try to show up at least like half an hour to an hour early to say what up to fucking Mike. Because we always have like grown men conversations and stuff. It wasn't a Yankee fans. When my mom, God bless her heart, took me to my first Yankee game in 2002 and we beat the Royals like 16-4, there was like 2 grand slams by Robin Ventura. I'll never forget it. It was crazy. Like you would look like other fans would look down upon you if you didn't clap when the music played. No, they're the only person clapping in my section.
Times have changed.
It's not a baseball game.
Times have changed. Baseball games and the watching experience has certainly evolved. Thanks for the call, Moose. You just, sparked something from me watching the game today and me tweeting today. And I laugh because people think I have some type of power because I was talking about changing the beard policy and they did it. And I also was campaigning for like 5+ years of stop playing New York. Don't play Frank when we lose. And now, no, they'll play, I don't know, Alicia Keys or That's Life. In between pitches, you will get about 4 to 5 seconds of like a song tease. In between pitches, they will play, I don't know, a little bit of a hip hop song, a rock song, an EDM song, just any song. And I knew it didn't go on forever. I knew this was new. And I got to the bottom of it today because I saw Brendan Cuddy tweet about it. I saw other fans tweet about it. And I said it too. Saturday when I was in there, I'm like, all right, I don't know if I need the music between every other ball strike, a guy stepping out of the batter's box, whatever. But you know what I'm talking about in Yankee Stadium. They will play the first 5 seconds of a song, like maybe like, you know how like a Tribe Called Quest award tour starts, doom, 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 doom. And then before you even get to the good part, they cut it. Me, I don't like that as a former DJ and a music head. I don't like that music tease. And then also as a baseball fan watching the game, I'm like, I don't need that. But I think it's to keep people's attention span some. And today I did get to the bottom of it and I got an answer. It started in the postseason. So it just started in October, and the players like it. And I think the players have some influence on some of the songs. And it's supposed to be similar to the NBA, where, like, when you go to Barclays Center, every possession, they have a different instrumental playing. So it's kind of like that. It's just crazy. That's why I say our fandom has evolved. Our ballpark experiences have evolved because they're playing a lot of sounds to make people focus on the game. I don't need that, but people have short attention spans. People have phones. It's a way to get you to, like, even with the like they flash 2 strikes all across the stadium. And then when it's 2 strikes, 2 outs, and I'm always beating it to the punch. If you're in the stadium with me, 2 strikes, 2 outs, I'm standing up. Come on. And then you hear the But yeah, I got to the bottom of that. I don't know if that's changing anytime soon. People think I have the power to change it. I'm lobbying against it. I put out the tweet today. I'm like, respectfully, we don't need it. The little song tease before, and after pit, like, we don't need it. How did I write? I said, and they don't care. But I think, somebody follows me in the Yankee universe, in the Yankee front office. Somebody saw the tweet. I said, by the power vested in me, please stop playing the few seconds of a song tease in between pitches at the Yankees, at Yankee Stadium, at DJ Jung. I actually got to text DJ Jung about it. I text the guy that works with DJ Jung, and he told me the information on it. So yeah, that's what it is. When you hear that in Yankee Stadium, a little bit of a song in between, like, if you're gonna play a song, play the full song. But we also don't need songs in between every other pitch. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 888-808-1019. It's 11 o'clock, and I usually like to do the big shot around 11 o'clock. So we'll do that. Big shot of the night right after this.
Yo, you happen to print tomorrow's yet? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you guys were talking. Do you happen to print the log for tomorrow yet? Okay, thanks. Sorry, man.
No, you're good. I was talking about a couple things.
No, I didn't realize you were there. It's just a log for tomorrow. I got time. Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, it's not easy to flush wasting a 14-point lead with under 3 minutes left, and Jalen Brunson not running from it. Knicks will need to bounce back quickly, trying to even the series up at a game apiece. Knicks and Pacers, game 2 at the Garden. on Friday night. Game 2 of the Western Finals, the Thunder took control in the third. Now a 103-88 lead on the T-Wolves. 5:49 remaining in the fourth, looking for a 2-0 series lead. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has poured in 34 points. Anthony Edwards, 24 for Minnesota. Julius Randle, just 6, 2 of 11 from the floor. Yankees, they shut down the Rangers 1-0. Yorvit Vivas with the only offense, blasted his first career homer. Carlos Rodon, brilliant. 6 innings, 2 hit ball, 8 Ks, his 6th win. Now pitching to an ERA of 2.88. Bombers have won 4 straight, 11 of 14. 48 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, and that's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. It's bright lights. It's a big city, and you know we've got a bunch of big shots. Tonight I'm going to pour up a double shot for the weekend. Memorial Day weekend, why not? One for Yorvit Vivas, like you just heard, and another one for Carlos Rodon. Together, they won the game today. Yorvit Vivas with his first career homer. I already talked about that young man from Venezuela calling his mom. He's just figuring it out. He put a good swing on that Nate Eovaldi pitch, and it got out. Good for Yorvit Vivas being the hero today. And then Carlos Rodon, man, I just was so impressed with this dude, bro. Like, he got up to 105 pitches. Was Rodon at 100? Yeah, and Eovaldi was at 105. Rodon had 105 pitches, and in that 6th inning, he really just gutted it out. He really just put the team on his back because they didn't give him much run support. And I'm just watching his strikeout stuff. I'm watching his demeanor. What was the whole thing we were saying about Rodon? He's got to be able to overcome things, right? He could have, in the 6th inning when he walked Wyatt Langford and then Wyatt Langford stole a base, he could have got rattled there. Instead, he bounces back. He strikes out Josh Young, and then he strikes out Jake Berger. And I'm applauding this man in my apartment. So shout out to Carlos Rodon turning into the ace that we purchased a couple years back and giving us a return on investment. And then Yorvit Vivas joining the party, being the Bronx Bomber that put the Yankees up 1-0 to sweep the Texas Rangers today. 888-808-1019. I think the guy with the most big shots of the night is either Aaron Judge or Jalen Brunson. I should go back and actually tally those for the year. Like, how many awards have these guys gotten? Brunson's got a star, and I think he will. I think Brunson is the type of guy that he's taking it personal. He's taking it to heart. He's not going to let the Knicks lose this game tomorrow night. So let's get back to the calls on the Knicks, see how you guys are feeling. Because now it's been 24 hours. I don't know if you realize the time. It's been a full day since the collapse. It's been a full day since the worst loss in history, the complete failed, choke, whatever you want to call it. So flush it. It's over with. It's done. And in less than an hour, it is Friday, and the Knicks will be back on the floor in Madison Square Garden. Let's talk to the Knicks fans on the Fan. Eddie in Brooklyn, you're live. What's up, Eddie?
How's it going? First time listener, last time caller. I just gotta bring some Knicks fans back down to reality real quick, and I say all this with love.
Okay. All right.
What are we doing attacking Reggie Miller for pointing at Halliburton? I've heard Knicks fans all day, including the guys on your same station at 5:30 today, saying it was unprofessional of him to point. Golly, I hope they stretch before they reach that.
It's the third round.
Not you, that ain't it. Knicks fans around the street celebrating like we won a championship. It's embarrassing.
Because they got out of the second round. Because they were a second round exit the last few years.
I hear you, but save the celebrations for things that matter. And then we're hitting Pacers fans with trash bags. It's not a good look.
And all this to say, the Knicks have put themselves in a position to be where they're at by getting McAllister. And that's all good and great, but this is the most wide open that the NBA race has been in a long time. None of the last 6 champions are still in the running. And I don't think the Knicks are gonna come close. I don't. I think this is how they peak out. I think this is they traded 77 picks to Brooklyn for this.
Thanks for the call, Eddie. I'll take it from here. 77 picks. If you would have said 7, I would have let you rock with that. It was 4 picks and a pick swap, I believe. And so what? They got Mikal Bridges, and Mikal Bridges has signature moments in this run, and nobody cares about those picks anymore. We did that a couple weeks ago. How much was this game worth picks-wise? How much was it? Like, nobody's sweating those picks. They're in the Eastern Conference Finals the first year he's on the team. Let people enjoy things, man. Like, it's wide open, yes. Who's the best player left in the 4 teams? Some might say Jalen Brunson. And when you look at the teams that are left, the Pacers, OKC, Minnesota, when have these teams won championships? It's wide open for the Knicks, just like it's wide open for anyone else. As I'm looking at Ant-Man trying to will the Minnesota Timberwolves back, they're down 10, 107-97 at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma. I told y'all that I didn't bet it, but I was sure of it. Like I said earlier in the show, I'm like, yeah, SGA won the MVP tonight, and there was a lot of emotion, some tears, and then he bought all of his teammates Rolexes. They weren't going to lose tonight. They're not about to lose now. Anyway, but I think it's wide open, and I think that the best player is Jalen Brunson, and he dropped 43 in his first game, but they lost the game, and I just was saying he's not going to let them lose. And when I say let people enjoy things, man, I don't know how old you are, but like some of these old heads, you sound like crabs, bro. You sound like haters. Like, it's only the second round, but I just told you they got out of the second round. I knew that was coming. I was egging it on. I was on the fan all week talking about, oh, okay, it's coming back to the Garden. Call the National Guard. It's coming back to the Garden. These kids are about to turn up. And like, it's a combination of things. The Knicks were hosting an outside watch party. They should go back to that. They should have the outside watch party tomorrow. So a lot of those fans are already outside in the like plaza area next to the arena, like watching the game, and then they come out. And then also it's New York. You know how many subways, all of the trains go there. So anybody from the surrounding areas that wasn't at the watch party or the game can join the melee. And all of these kids want to go viral. All these kids want to be on a side talk video. All of these kids want to make their own video to flex with their friends and be like, yo, look what happened. We threw garbage at this Pacers fan. And like, that's what's going to happen if you walk into a sea of Knicks fans with a Halliburton jersey on. They were giving it to the Celtics fans too. Reggie Miller is a member of the media. I can relate to this, right? I wasn't an NBA player, multiple time All-Star, any of that, but like they try to make media members be neutral. And when you're calling the game, when you're not a coach on the team, when you're not at the game on behalf of the team, like you are part of the broadcast, TNT's last broadcast, like that's what New Yorkers, whether they're Knicks fans or the hosts on the station, are talking about. Reggie Miller pointing, this is like, you're just supposed to not have a lean. You're supposed to be neutral. You're not supposed to be pointing at Halliburton at all. You're supposed to keep some of that reserved, but he can't because he's a Pacer all the way through, stayed with the Pacers his whole career, wanted to be a Pacer legend. And yeah, he shouldn't be on the call, but he is. 888-808-1019. Pam is in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, Pam?
What?
How you feeling?
I'm doing okay. Let me tell you something. I love the Knicks. I remember when Carmelo Anthony was playing with the Knicks, and I used to wear his T-shirt all the time. I was a fan of Carmelo Anthony, even though he retired and everything. But I'm a Boston fan, and I think that they should win. And I know they're gonna kick butt tomorrow. But yesterday when I was watching with my husband, I didn't like how they disrespect the Knicks. Especially when Harrington, whatever his name is, put his neck on his, put his hand on his neck and try to, like, he choking. That's not And that's not happening. So you think they're going to win tomorrow? Give me your point on that.
I got you, Pam. Appreciate you. Pam is great. Whenever I go live, Pam is the first one in the live. She shows up, whether it's a watch party at Billy's or Stan's or Fanatics Fest. You never know who's out there. Pam is from the Bronx all the way. Yankee fan, Knicks fan. Was telling me last night her husband was locked in on the game. Her husband's a big sports fan, and she watches along with him. And you know what, Pam? Like, the way you were offended by the choke sign, and that made you feel some type of way, the Knicks are going to handle business for you. Like, they're going to go out there and that they're going to remember that. Copy. Got it. Like, not going to forget that one. And like the same way you rep Carmelo, this team is better than the team Carmelo was on. And Brunson, you know, not to knock Carmelo. Carmelo's a Hall of Famer. He got his love in the Garden last night. But like Brunson, it's on Brunson and his legacy. Brunson knows if he leads this team through this series and they get back to the finals, he's immortalized as a Knick. He already is anyway. But I think you can have faith, and I think faith is needed. Belief is needed. I think you're going to have a fun Friday night of Memorial Day weekend watching them bounce back. They played a great 46 minutes, and they know that. And I think in this next game, you know, the Pacers have had to kick it in New York for a little while, and they got to pay. They got to pay for the choke sign. They got to pay for coming and stealing one. And I think the Knicks even up the series. I think they're going to have a different energy and swagger about them. Like I said, the best game that they played in this playoffs was that game until the end. And I think they'll learn from it. So believe in your team, believe in the same team you've been rooting for, and you know, believe that they got your back. Believe that they don't want you to be embarrassed. They're embarrassed. But you know what? They answer the bell all the time. They do well with this type of adversity. I expect them to show up and even the score tomorrow night. Jimmy is in Vernon on the Fan next. What's up, Jim?
Hey, what's going on, man? So, you know, I've been watching, you know, Jalen Brunson now. I've been a Knicks fan my whole life. I sent my two boys, 4 and 6, to school yesterday with a John Starks and a Marcus Camby jersey on. And I was watching the game last night, and watching the last few, and I had a moment of clarity, and I went, Jalen Brunson is Allen Iverson. Spends more time on the floor than the logo, and gets every call during the regular season, and all of a sudden, after a few games in the playoffs, the refs make an adjustment, and he goes from getting fouls called on him to fouls called against him.
I can see the comparison. I know, you know, AI never actually won.
This guy, and I love him, but 14 years of watching AI and being one of the best players in the NBA and never won, and they called him different in the playoffs than they did in the regular season the whole time.
I think Brunson's got a better supporting cast. Thanks for the call, Jimmy. I think Brunson has a better opportunity with who he's going up against. Like, there's no Pistons standing in the way. There's no Lakers standing in the way. There's no Hall of Famers. Like, well, I have some Hall of Famers out there. Let me see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not even any Hall of Famers standing in the way. Like, we'll see what SGA becomes. I'm not going to put Ant-Man in the Hall of Fame. I don't have any of these Pacers players, you know, being that good. But yeah, the whistle it's the human element. These referees, they'll be different too. They know they missed some calls. They'll be different in this one. It's a series, and each series is, you know, each game in a series is its own thing. It's going to be a different game. I just expect the Knicks to win it. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Monmouth County. Brian, what's up? You're on the Fan.
What's going on? How are you doing, guys?
Good. Watching this Western Conference Finals game conclude. OKC's about to go up 2-0, which, not for nothing to me, I think they're on their way to the finals.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing a sweep coming. But to the Knicks, I didn't grow up necessarily a basketball fan. I fell in love with the Knicks. All my friends were big Knicks fans. Fell in love with doing the Carmelo days. I'm happy we have another player like Brunson right now, and, you know, contributions that Carmelo used to bring to the team. But I think yesterday's game pretty much came down to one thing: poor management with time at the end of the game. And if you're watching a football game, you're up. You're not going to be passing the ball. You run the ball, milking that clock, and you're up. I just feel like the Knicks I don't know if they thought they had the game won, taking bad shots, but I think the time management is what really, you know.
Yeah. they played like they forgot how to play. They played like they forgot they were up. They were taking shots, missing shots early in the shot clock. They missed free throws. They turned the ball over. They melted in the moment. They unraveled.
Yeah, just hope this doesn't roll into tomorrow. But everyone's saying bad calls by the ref, bad calls by the ref. It went both ways. It really just came down to, I don't know if they thought the game was won, so it might take a while to get.
Yeah, they relaxed. They let their guard down. They left the back door open, and you leave the back door open a little bit. The Pacers see that, and they can sneak in. And man, everything went right for the Pacers. I've heard people say that on the fan today. I was saying it last night. If one thing goes, the other way for the Knicks and not for the Pacers, then maybe the Knicks win by one. Everything went the way of the Pacers down the stretch in overtime for them to steal that victory.
Yeah, I feel like something you see on like a movie.
No, it was.
In the game for them.
It was unreal. Thanks for the call, Brian. It felt like a movie. It was unreal. It didn't make any sense. Can't happen. Highly doubtful it'll happen twice. 888-808-1019. Shout out to Dre. He said, Keith, they did the watch party. They just had it at Radio City Music Hall. I know. I was out here promoting it. I was telling people, go. That's cool. But damn, what a terrible feeling to go to the watch party, be in there and watch that. That's a horror show. That's a nightmare on the screen. I'd won and done that. Nope, can't do that again. Back outside. We're going right back outside. Can't do that again. 888-808-1019. It is over as Julius Randle walks back to the locker room. The number one seed, Oklahoma City Thunder, beat the Timberwolves, and they go up in the series 2-0. 118-103 is the final score. They have the MVP. And so now we can start thinking about, okay, this Western Conference Finals could be a sweep, could be a gentleman's sweep, could be over in 6. This Eastern Conference Finals, if the Knicks even it up, it's probably going 6, maybe going 7. But OKC is the highest seeded team. They have the MVP. They're the favorite. They got to be the favorite to win it all. If they stay healthy, they got to be the favorite to win the whole thing. In a way, I'm kind of like happy for Sam Presti and that fan base, because they've had good teams in the past, and they have gone for it, whether it was Russell Westbrook and Paul George, KD, when it was KD, Russell Westbrook and Harden back in the day. They built it the right way. Oh, this is what the Brooklyn Nets should be looking at. Draft, develop, and add pieces like an iHeart, like a Caruso. Draft, develop, and make your own squad with your picks. Years back, what is Presti doing with all them picks, getting all those picks? Trying to hit on some talented players that are cost-effective. Right now, the MVP is cost-effective. But he's going to cost them like $380 million soon. Win it now. And I think there's an option for him. He could take an extension for a little bit less, or he can wait till after next year. He should wait. But maybe he's a team-friendly guy. Maybe they win the chip this year, and he's like, I'm good, man. I'll take a little less so that we can build this team and win multiple chips in a small market. I do not want to see small market OKC versus Indiana. The Knicks got to win. 888-808-1019. Lou is in Massapequa on the fan. What's up, Lou?
As I was watching that game last night, sitting there with my sons were watching it, and the Knicks were up like 17, then it was 14, then it was 11, then it was 14, and I was just dreading that it would go on to 10, and I've been watching the game. I'm seeing it. Like, the pace is run. The Knicks didn't have to run. The Knicks would have been better off just holding the ball for 24 seconds on a couple of those possessions and letting the clock run out.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 seconds. I mean, it was ridiculous.
They panicked. They were chucking up shots. You could tell they were failing in the moment. They were literally folding.
That's when Thibodeau had to slow him down and just. I mean, he should have called. I mean, I don't know if they had any time left at that point, but he had to call a timeout if they did have anything left and just said, "Listen, guys, slow it down.
You don't have to shoot in 10 seconds. That's the Pacers game. They played right into the Pacers game. And, when that guy was, I forget to get, what was it, Naismith that was hitting all those threes?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. That was,
What are the chances he does it again? They're slim. He went off. He got super hot, and he was seeing nothing but the bottom of the hoop.
he had, like, wide open shots. There was nobody within 3 feet of him.
Some of them were contested, but, like, when you're hot like that, it does not matter. When you're hot like that, like, the way that kid was shooting them, I went back and watched it today because I was driving in last night. I'm like, he wasn't rattling those shots in. He was swishing those. He was hitting those. He was just seeing nothing but the bottom of the hoop. An amazing performance. 20 of his 30 points came in the fourth quarter. He brought them back. If the Pacers do win this series, he goes down in history with an all-time performance. They will look back at what he did. Aaron Nesmith.
I was a big fan of the Knicks, and that's the one thing about the Knicks is that they're a team that all of New York is root for, other than what's his name, Evan.
Yeah. I don't root for. I'm a Nets fan. I don't necessarily root for him, but I'm not getting on the airways hating on him. And like the Knicks' success, I'm not losing any sleep over at night. The Knicks failing last night, I didn't lose any sleep over either.
Yeah, hopefully they can turn this around.
Have to. Thanks for the call, Lou. They have to. Because then we have a different conversation. I'm off tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and I'll be back with a long show on Memorial Day, Monday. And the Knicks have to win this next game because if they go down 2-0 and then they go to, like, it's probably wraps. Can't go down 2-0 in your own building. And the way that it shakes out, we have Friday's game, and then we have Sunday's game, and then we have Tuesday's game. So I will be on, and we'll know. I'll be on after the first 3 games. I'll be back on after the first 3 games. And in my humble opinion, the Knicks should be up 2-1. That is how you erase this. That is how you put this in the past. That is how you just, show you have the upper hand and you're the better team. And you remind people that, hey, for most of that game, you were out playing them and you didn't close. So 2 must wins. I think back-to-back wins. Take the last one here. The second one here in the Garden and the first one in Indiana, and you're back in the driver's seat. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. I got like 90 minutes left. And by the time we get to the last hour, we'll open it up for conversation on pretty much anything. I do want to talk some football. Abdul Carter signed his contract. The Giants brought LT through. The Jets are just quietly doing what they're supposed to do, but I've been reading between the lines and looking at some things with the Jets. I'm like, are the Jets going to be good? Can the Jets be good right away? Can they actually be like business-like and like turn this franchise around? I know it's the offseason, but I'm like, they're so quiet and Aaron Glenn, like it seems like they're really putting in the work. Like the Jets, are they going to fool me? Maybe the Jets are just fooling me right now. It's too far out. We'll talk about it. Keith McPherson on the Fan, dial 888-808-1019 BRB. I'm answering my text, and then I'm answering all the chats. All right. Let's see if I can get this current now. So like an hour ago, if Weaver can pitch 3 games in a row, he should be the 7th and 8th inning guy with Devin closing. He was the setup guy, but Devin Williams struggled. So it was like we went back to what we were doing last year, and now we can't go back. I remember watching the movie Private Parts, and when asked about Howard Stern's ratings, the producer was told that people who hated Howard Stern listened to his show more than people who loved him. Correct. People listen. People want to like. I got a ton of that, man. I know it. I'm like, I get hated on Reddit. If you go to WFAN's Reddit and you search just KEITH, ton of shit about me over the years. It's actually slowed down some. But I'm like, if these people hate me so much and hate my show so much, why do they know everything about me? How do they know everything I say? Oh, because they're always listening. Are you going to rip 200 push-ups straight? All right, I'm going to get 25 in right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 50. Oh. 25. Bro, I never met I met Beningo one time, and it was in passing here, and he was leaving. So all I said was, "Yo, what up?" Never talked to him though. Yep. I get a lot of young callers, man. I'm blessed. Oh, yeah. Big Zoo dropping the beats on the Fan in New York, taking us back to summer 2017 on the Fan. I felt like Hot 97 played this song every hour, maybe twice an hour. This was Sway Lee, French Montana, and then PNB Rock did the remix. That rang off a lot. Summer 2017. I have no idea what I was doing 2017 summer. Can't remember. It's too long ago. That sucks. I know that song was summer of 2017, but I can't tell you what I was doing. I think was I living with my mom then? No, I think I just moved in with my wife. She wasn't my wife then. I mean, it was lit because like I was kind of out on my own, but living with my wife. I can't remember what we did or used to do, but I know I used to be in the car listening to that song. Yeah. I mean, DJs is every summer. And as you get older and older, you start thinking that you're aging out. And then you go in there and you see somebody 40, 50, 60. You can't age out of DJs.
You're there at least once or twice a week. You are a regular. If you live in a beach town, if I lived in a beach town, I mean, damn, I know I would be. And I feel like everybody I know that does, that's what they do. And that's the way to do it. That's why.
Yeah. I grew up on the shore. And the same way I talk about us being jaded by New York City sometimes and not realizing like what we have and how many people want to be here. And like I took it for granted growing up. It was just regular. I didn't even go to the beach. I didn't even touch sand. I didn't touch the water. It was just there. But then, the bennies start pulling up this time of year. And starts to change. The traffic starts picking up. But no, it's a blessing to live down there and be able to walk to the bar, be able to walk to restaurants. There's always something to do. DJs will kick off tomorrow. Man, I love watching Boomer and Geo on CBS Sports Network in the morning because like it's where I'm from. So like, you know, I don't know if I'm gonna get down there. I already like I'm my wife is probably sleeping right now. I know my son is sleeping. We got to get haircuts in the morning. I'm not cutting my hair. I'm just getting a quick little fade, but my son needs a haircut. So like we booked the haircuts a couple weeks out and we gotta drive down and do that. And by the time it's done, you know, it's gonna, but I'm gonna be able to turn on the TV. My son gets up every day by 7. So I'll be able to turn on the TV. And I've done that every single year since we've had the kickoff the summer. And I've just felt this like sense of pride, like twofold. One, because it's WFAN and I'm on WFAN. Two, because like I was running that Belmar boardwalk years ago. I was going to DJs years ago. First time I ever went to DJs, I got kicked out first night. And it wasn't even me. It was because one of my friends I was with was so drunk, and he was like he was a football player. He was like a bear, and he was getting hyped up dancing, and he starts trying to make a circle, and he pushes me, and I fall. So I just push him back, and they got good bouncers there. As soon as you start doing something like that, I got scooped up, lifted off my feet. You're out, gone.
Somebody that doesn't like going to one of these places where things get a little rough and rowdy, or, you know, hey, you like to get down with it, but maybe you don't want the two drunk people there, the people that had a little too much fun to be there.
You can't fight in DJs.
See, man, the security is good.
Yeah, there's too many good-looking girls in there. They don't let you. You won't last long. If you try, you might get 3 seconds of a little scuffle off, and these guys are descending on you. And I don't know if it's still the same because I'm not in there, but they used to have these guys on platform boxes. So the security is standing in there on like a foot-high box, and they're looking down, and they see you before you even get going. That's what I'm saying. My boy went from dancing to bumping me to me shoving him, and then us before we could even square up, you're both gone.
You have a situation like that where it's like, you know, you've had a little bit too much maybe, but you know what, you're not really drunk, you're not really gone, anything like that, and you just like slip or something and you fall and you break a glass, and then they go, oh hey,
Party foul, wasted. And the thing about DJs is it's on the water, the world famous dance club. Going to DJs in my car, BELMAR. Don't you know? Pump it up. Act like you know. It's John Ferrugio. It's the only bar over there. So like if you do get kicked out, the best you could do is like go next door, get a slice, some cheese fries, and then you got to take a cab to like, you know, further west away from the water to go to like. Well, so, you know, I used to hate the Jersey Shore show because I actually, when they were doing Jersey Shore, that was the time I was in the bar. They weren't allowed in DJs. See, that's why DJs is the best. DJs, they did not allow them in DJs. They couldn't come into DJs. They couldn't film in DJs at all. They were banned from there. They wanted it, but I think they might have been in Headliner once. And I don't think they were in Bar A either. But those are the big ones that I grew up going to because I lived in Neptune, and Belmar is right next to Neptune. It was DJs, it was Bar A, it was Headliner. And if you get kicked out of DJs, you can try and slide to Bar A, which is a global bar. It's massive, it's huge. And Headliner is big too. So yeah, Jersey Shore. I know there's somebody riding around listening like, man, I remember when I used to go, or these young guys that are freshly 21. I know the summer I turned 21. The summer I turned 21, I broke my foot wrestling with my brother, and I still showed up to the bar in a walking boot. Faithfully.
Well, bro,
I didn't care. What else was I gonna do? Sit in the house in a cast? I'm like, nah, we might as well go to beat the clock, get these 50-cent beers in on a Tuesday night.
That was the summer I came back from college, and to your point about turning 21, that's the summer. That was my 21 summer because I turned 21 in December that year. So
You're a young boy. I'd be forgetting how young you are because you got the full beard.
So I got home. Oh, it was lit. I was going nuts. And that song for me, just to get back to it, Unforgettable, French Montana, I mean, that song just represents just, oh my gosh.
Being in the bar, being in the club. Yeah. Yeah. 888-808-1019. Kick off the summer going on at DJ's bright and early. Maybe you should go to bed now so that you can meet all the guys there. And then I think Chris Lake is performing. And yeah, we're going to start rolling. So back to the phones we go. We'll keep it rolling. Talking about the Mets, talking about the Yankees, talking about the Knicks, of course. They're all off, but they'll be back in action tomorrow. And we need to get some more wins. The Mets handled business. They didn't get swept by Boston. They won yesterday. The Yankees won today and yesterday. They swept the Rangers. The Knicks were this close to getting a win and didn't get it done. But I think we're feeling good about where all of our teams are right now. Jerome is in Queens. What's up, Jerome? You're on.
Oh, man. Listen, brother, I ain't got a lot of time, and I respect it. I've been listening to the fans, Steve Summers, Richard Nez, Tony Page. I go way back. So I just want to set something straight. Because, I got a lot to say, but I'm going to set it straight here on you Yankee fans. That goes for you too, brother. Listen, y'all need to calm down, okay? You need to really calm down because the fact of the matter is you're getting mad at Juan Soto for not wanting to sign him, okay? Nobody wants to sign with the Yankees. Nobody. If you can go back and look at the big Yankees that came out, nobody wants to sign him. Look at the team that he's fielding out right now. I got people calling up here, not me, but I'm just saying, people calling up here talking about Trent Grisham, Luke Weaver. Are you guys really serious? Do you guys really watch baseball? Luke Weaver. Good. He's having a good time with y'all right now, and that's fine. Okay? But you want to sit here and talk about Luke Weaver and Trent Grisham and just look at the field that y'all fielding out. This is the field that when you had the Derek Jeters and the Bernie Williams and the Michael Seniors and the Rockets and
You're just building. You keep going because you're going to build my point. Go ahead. Keep going.
But what I'm saying is like the Yankees fans need to calm it. Division right now. So good. You got the Detroit Tigers. Are you guys serious?
The Tigers are good. The Tigers.
What were the Tigers doing the last 5 years?
What does it matter? They were a playoff team last year. They won a round against the Astros, who went to multiple ALCSs in a row. They're good.
Well, listen. You Yankee fans need to really calm down.
No, Jerome, I got to put you on hold for a second, buddy. What are you talking about? What are you saying, bro? Max Fried chose to sign with the Yankees, the best free agent pitcher on the market, and he's on his way to winning the AL Cy Young. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'll chill on it, though. I'll chill. You can't say Derek Jeter and Bernie Williams because those guys, they were drafted and developed by the Yankees. And you know why they stayed Yankees, never put on another cap? Because they wanted to stay Yankees. They could have went elsewhere. And they did not. They knew the value of the pinstripes and staying in New York on the A team, not the B team. And you want to talk about Luke Weaver? Luke Weaver, 29 other teams would love to have a Luke Weaver. He got discarded. You know who made Luke Weaver? Luke Weaver? Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone, Matt Blake, and Luke Weaver himself. He really found it here with the Yankees. They say there's power in pinstripes. They hit their stride with pinstripe pride. So even Trent Grisham, who was casted off, he was a throw-in in the Juan Soto deal. I don't know if you're a Met fan, but Trent Grisham has had more moments this season than Juan Soto. And it's early. It's very early in the season. We don't know who is who and what is what. But on Memorial Day, Yankee fans have no reason to calm down. They've just won 5 series in a row. They just swept the champions from 2 years ago. They just beat 3 starting pitchers that are good starting pitchers. They just took the Subway Series with Juan Soto returning. We're not mad at Juan Soto. Nobody's mad at Juan Soto. We're just showing Juan Soto that his decision was wrong. He made a mistake. And it looks like Juan Soto's wearing it. It doesn't look like the Yankees or the Yankee fans are the ones wearing that. Let's bring Jerome back, see what Jerome thinks. Go on, Jerome. All right. Have a good night, Jerome. I tried to. What you doing, bro? I let you get your thoughts off. I hit you with the rebuttal. And then I'll let you go back and see. Yup. Yeah. Next. Philip is in Jamaica, Queens. What's up, Philip?
Well, thank you for taking my call. Always a pleasure. And I want to talk about Juan Soto. I'm surprised that one ever brought this up. And maybe the problem is this. What was Soto playing for? He was playing for the contract. Well, he got his contract. He got.
No one ever brought that up? No one ever brought that. Everyone has brought that up.
I did. I don't know. I didn't get that. Point is, maybe he's not playing the way he usually does. Because he already got paid, he has no incentive to play anymore. He already got his money. So why am I gonna try better? I'm not gonna get paid any more. It's good. So there's no
Thanks for the call, Philip. So I'm sorry. Let me just jump in here. There is incentive to play well. One, it's his first year in front of a new fan base, a new team, and an owner that just gave him the richest contract in the sport. He's got every incentive to prove that man right and these fans right. And there are incentives in the contract. If you win MVP, you get more money. If you're an all-star, if you win the World Series, there are clauses and things in his contract where he can make himself more money. He's 26. He's 26. He's got a long career ahead of him. Now, I do think there's some truth in the chase. We've made a bunch of analogies about like, yeah, that girl, she's fine when you're looking at her online. And then when you finally get her, it doesn't really feel the same. It doesn't hit the same as it when you were chasing her down, when you were going after, when you were trying to get like Juan Soto's motivation for 6 years was, I'm going to be the highest paid athlete in the sport. There's also the layer of a World Series. He's got his World Series ring, but I can't even throw that in there because people are like, oh, he's already got his ring. I'm like, he played his ass off for the Yankees like he was trying to win another one. He sent the Yankees to the World Series like he was trying to win another one. So I just don't think that there's anything behind the like, oh, well, he already got his ring. He already got his money. He is in an adjustment period. He has more money than he's ever had in his life. He is with a new team, new fan base, and he's adjusting to the fact that, wow, I did not know the gravity of the situation going from the Yankees to the Mets in this city. This is my life for the next decade and a half. He'll adjust. It's in there. We'll get it out of him. I just don't understand why he's lost the shuffle. He's not that terrible that he can't hit us with a shuffle. He did the shuffle every at-bat. Keep McPherson on, fan. Running out of time. Got about an hour left. Call up and join the show. We'll be right back. I'm going to get to this chat. I don't even know how many push-ups I hit. All right, chat. Hit him with a little throwback DJ's convo. Do players from the Nets, Mets, Jets ever get together for lunch sometimes? Tyrod Taylor and Tyrone Taylor and Tyrese Martin. Let's see. Keep the greatest. Keep going strong. Shake those haters off. Let's go, Yankees. Honestly, never met a hater. Not yet. They only live online. I don't see them. So, Evaldi was good. I was scared for a minute. Oh, y'all heard Pam's call? Thunder winning the chip. All right, I'm getting current. Is that Zoo talking? Yeah. Barre beat the clock. Don't I know it? Life speed. Yeah, what are you talking about? Trent Grisham's having a good year. Here, that I'm coming back with that. There's something that I haven't heard before. Maybe Brett Beatty gave Juan Soto the curse number. All right, push-ups again. I've got 50 so far. I got to get another 50 in an hour. That's fine. That's doable. Counts. Count it. Counts. Will G, a.k.a. Cousin Keith. LOL Skinny Keith. Evan Roberts beat him up today. Better do some push-ups. Evan got you bad today on afternoon drive. What'd he say? I wasn't listening. Was not listening. When Evan said I'm a Knicks fan, I wasn't listening. Yeah, this is another one, Zoo. Zoo in there vibing. Was this also 2017? I'm trying to think. It had to be a little bit earlier. Drake and Rihanna. Well, really, Rihanna featuring Drake, right? I was working at MTV and actually staying over here at this hotel. What's this Hotel Hugo over here? A little fun fact for you guys. We're getting late in the night and we got time to just talk about the past and random things. I was working at, yes, it had to be because I was working at MTV 2015, 16, and I didn't make it to MTV's VMAs of 2017. I think the 2016 VMAs, I was working in the MTV War Room because the VMAs at MTV used to be our Super Bowl and all hands on deck. I used to do social media at MTV. And that was the year that they gave Rihanna the Lifetime Achievement Award, and Drake presented it. And Drake tried to kiss her on stage and got curved. ASAP, get like me. And ASAP Rocky now, I think, is on his third kid with Rihanna. Didn't she just announce she's having another kid with ASAP? I don't know. When you're a billionaire like that. And she even said something too about not hiring a nanny or putting her kids in daycare. That's insane. I guess she's got that. She said she didn't have the kids to let somebody else raise them and take care of them. So she is taking care of her two sons and now she's pregnant. How?
The way she used to be in terms of touring and whatnot? No.
She's still popping out. and she's still popping out at places. I don't know if she was at the Met Gala, but she's still in New York and popping out different places and doing things. So I don't know. I think that's crazy. My son, he's too much for me. I got this next 3 days coming up. It's gonna be a lot of dada, 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 dada. I'm gonna be like, yo, chill, bro. My son now is like, he's not a baby now. He's strong. Even today, he scratched me. I'm like, I gotta cut your nails. He's just so aggressive, and like he does things like I'll just be standing. I was standing in the kitchen using the microwave, and he just attacks me. He's like, tunnel. He's like trying to go through my legs, and I'm like, bro, stop. Like, dude, not in the kitchen. Tunnel. Everything's always a game. Dada up, pick up. So, yep. I know. It's gonna be fun. I know my wife is looking forward to it because she can pass him off to me and be like, all right, I'm about to go to the boardwalk, or I'm about to get up with this person. Yeah, I think my wife actually texted me, but I've been locked in on the show. We got, we're both from the shore. My wife is from LBI area, went to school at Barnegat High School. Actually, the first class of Barnegat High School, which is crazy. Like I always talk about that. Like imagine being in the first class of a high school, you never have upperclassmen. Like so much of my high school experience was like being a freshman, dealing with seniors and hazing and like trying to avoid some of the older kids and like looking at the older girls in school that are more mature. Like, damn, my wife was the first class of her school, so she never had upperclassmen.
Freshman too, so she went in there fresh. Ooh.
Just that, and just only the freshman class, and then the next year she was a sophomore class, and then they brought her. She was the first graduating class of that high school.
Craziest like upperclassman like feeling of.
It was definitely a flex. Yeah, it's definitely a flex, but I didn't think it was a flex because like a lot of like we had battle of the classes. I look forward to battle of the classes like freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year. I don't know. They didn't have any of that, but she said it was fine. I wouldn't have wanted to do that. But you know what it is? Like down there, Southern Regional is like a damn college, and everybody down there goes to Southern. So they broke off, a little bit of the area to make a school because it was just too many kids going to Southern. I don't know the population. I know when I went to Southern for a wrestling match years ago, I was like, damn, this place bigger than Brookdale Community College. It was like a college high school campus. Yeah.
A lot of time for the high schools in Texas, right, with their fields and their stadiums that are essentially like MetLife or like Jerry World. But we also got some crazy high schools up here. And I mean, not only the public, but the private as well. I can just speak for myself. I remember when Chaminade High School, I believe that's where James Dolan went, or the Dolan family has ties there, because they have an athletic center that's ridiculous that's named after the Dolans. And I believe it's the same Dolans that own MSG, although I don't 100% know about that. And then you also have St. Anthony's, which is all the way out on Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
NFL facility. I went there as a freshman, bro. They had the indoor turf field. They had the outdoor practice turf field. They had the outdoor grass.
Spoiled. We had a outside dirt field, like no grass.
We practiced on a city park grass by me, and there was literally rocks all over the place. Like our starting center my junior year tore his ACL because he stepped on like a boulder that was like protruding out of the ground.
That's not good.
And then these guys, that's the difference with a hierarchy in high school sports as opposed to the city.
They made my school better. Like by the time Kenny Pickett came through my school, they had a turf field and a whole weight room, but we were playing on dirt. We were lifting old rusted weights, and it was fine. For real though, we won a state championship, and they're like, yo, we should put some money into this school, try and get another one. They haven't got another one since. But I was just thinking, Mike Gesicki, the tight end, who was with the Dolphins, with the Patriots, now he's with the Bengals. He went to Southern High School. So, I mean, they produced some NFL talent. All right, last hour coming up. These Knicks fans, these Yankees fans, these fans that call the fan want to get on. So let's take this break. When we come back, I'll say good morning on the other side. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB. All right, brought the chat current. About to do another couple push-ups. Evan clown Keith for being a fake Nets fan. That's fine. Tiki backed it up. That's fine. I don't have the time to check. Barnaghetto. All right, 20 push-ups coming, 25 coming. Evan can't clown me, bro. In reality, like, what are we talking about? Anthony, appreciate the 5. Let's get 25 push-ups in over here. Yeah, maybe I'll address it. I haven't heard it, so I can't address Evan clowning me. But like, you know what's funny? Before I was on WFN or even thinking this was a possibility, I reached out to Evan to do my Nets podcast in like 2020, 2021. And
I have 12, yes.
Evan came on the pod. I was doing the Talking Nets pod, but like,
I'll fix the paper jam that's on the thing, because that's why
there's no point in repping the Nets.
My
last year, but now that
I was muted, my bad.
I know he's secure out there, and I think this team is good. I think they got a good camaraderie. It seems like they all get along. I thought bringing Bellinger and Goldschmidt in was great. So, yeah, I disagree with that call. I do think that they got a nice little unit, and I'm excited to see what they do this year.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Hopefully your baby boy or baby girl sleeps. I know the car seat puts my son right to sleep. You got to do what you got to do, because when they sleep, you get to sleep. 888-808-1019. It's funny that, the call Jerome was saying was like, nobody wants to play for the Yankees. And that was a narrative that the Met fan was able to run with when Juan Soto made his decision for a little while. But we knew it was cap. We knew it was big cap. A lie. Not true. All right. Carlos Carrasco was in camp with the Yankees, former Met. And he was saying, putting on the pinstripes, getting a chance to play for the New York Yankees. Like, this is a former Met just from a couple years ago talking about the chance to play for the Yankees, made a couple starts. Paul Goldschmidt, who came from St. Louis, he talked about, the prestige of the St. Louis Cardinals and getting to play for a team like the Yankees. Cody Bellinger, whose dad, Clay, played for the Yankees, he talked about how different it is, how different the stadium is, the fans are, the pinstripes, what it means to be a Yankee. So, that hasn't gone away. You saw the fans in the stadium on full display this week, Subway Series, and then even after the Subway Series, 40,000 plus for every game of this Rangers series. So I just think, people are going to say things, but the Yankees are always good. The Yankees are still winning, and this team is good. With the additions on this team is good. Just look at the numbers. Look at the run differential. Look at the record. You can say what you want. Men lie, women lie. Numbers do not. Robert is in Stamford next up on the Fan. What's up, Robert?
How you doing? And she's just being a mother. I appreciate that she's doing what she's doing. I just want to get that.
No, I appreciate it too. I'm saying, it's incredible that she is not as much money as she has. She could have, like the Kardashians, they have a team full of nannies. Like, as much money as she has, she could offload that responsibility. But she's saying, no, I'm raising my kids. So kudos to her. It's tough. I can relate.
Speaking of that, okay, I'm not going to go too hard on the subject, but okay, I used to work for FedEx up in Greenwich, Connecticut. I don't know if you ever visited backcountry in Greenwich. It's Beverly Hills on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Millions of mansions. And Cohen is up there. I used to go to his house all the time. And, I don't care too much more. I'm a fan, but he never tipped me. But Judge Judy, she comes out to the door. She don't say no means or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of, this is what we talk about rich people. But anyway, having said that, though, the Mets, to me, one thing about the Yankee fans, I got to say this. I think this is where Jerome was coming from, because it's they're a team like anybody else. I understand, you look at the Yankees, they won this, they won that, but they're no more human than anybody else. Their fans are no more human than anybody else. Mets fans have suffered or whatever, but that's okay. We got my soul. Let us have our story. You always say that you gotten over this. You said, I got nowhere, I got nowhere. But I truly don't think you have. I'll tell you why. Because, for one, it's in your show every day, something about Soto. For two, is when the Knicks won, when they beat Boston, your show was more about Soto coming to New York, coming to the Bronx, more so than it was about the Knicks. I'm not a Knicks fan, whatever, but, to me, that just, I was like, well, this guy talking about the Knicks. Everybody, the whole city's happy about the Knicks. With the, another thing with Soto, with the Knicks, and you were talking about old heads or whatever, I think you said they were whack or something. It's not right, man, because let me tell you, I'm 56 years old. We've seen the Knicks fail. It's been a long time. I think I was born when the last one they won it. I've seen Patrick, we've seen it all. We've seen them fail. We've seen what it takes to win from other teams. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, wait, what'd you say I said about the old heads? I didn't catch that.
You were talking about the old heads earlier. You said something about the old heads need to calm down or something when you were talking about the celebrating already. Remember? You were talking about the people celebrating for the Knicks being in Boston?
Oh, what I was saying is let these kids celebrate, because the old heads aren't the ones out there. Let these kids celebrate the way that they celebrate on social media. Go on.
Yeah, but let me tell you, this is the thing though with that, because see, one caller, I don't think it was your show. It was yours or McMichael. My station doesn't change. But anyway, After the Knicks won, one caller said, yo, so who do you think will be a better matchup? Denver or Minnesota or something? I'm like, damn, you're playing a team that beat you last year first. And they're actually stepping ahead of the Knicks because they've been to the East Finals last year, and it's almost like they've had their stepping stones. Personally, I think they're ready to go. I mean, I'm real hard for the Knicks. I really am, but the stepping stones, you know what I'm saying? Next year, I think that the Knicks really going to be there because they started gelling late in the season, really the playoffs. So hopefully they don't break up this team, maybe add one or two more people. But, you know what I'm saying? Back to the old hands, though, that we've seen it, man. I understand what you're saying about the social media and all that, but we've seen the failures, man. You know what I'm saying? It is tough. So I'm just going to, say this last thing. I don't know if you ever saw Let's Do It Again with Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby.
Nope.
With John Amos. You never seen that?
A little before my time.
Yeah, it is, but it's a classic movie with,
I don't watch movies.
One thing Sidney said to John Amos was, when they did a little scam, live with it. And that's what I'm going to tell you about Soto. Live with it.
You live with it. You got to be a Met fan. On last Friday night, May 16th, I was at Yankee Stadium. So a lot of my show was telling you what I saw with my own eyes. I wasn't in the garden. I wasn't out there. And if you listen to the show, I basically told you, hey, this first part of the show, go New York, go. We played the Knicks song. We are the New York Knicks. We took calls. We ran through random Knicks names for like an hour, 2 hours into that show. But once we got to 12, as now we're past 12, I'm like, hey, we have Yankee fans and Mets fans on the line. It's the Subway Series. They played each other. Usually when we talk baseball, we got to talk about the Mets facing the Red Sox, the Yankees facing the Rangers, but we could talk about one game. There was 47,000 plus people in Yankee Stadium. I know some of y'all wanted to leave that out because you might be a Met fan and you took the L, and Soto, your almighty savior and hero, did not perform well. But if he did, I would have talked about it the same way. Damn, I was in there. Soto silenced us. First at bat, he homered to right field. That was like, yo, he stood up in that moment. He showed you why he makes the big. He didn't do that. So I understand you're mad at the outcome. But I wasn't going to leave that out of the show. The show was twofold. Not everybody in New York was at the Garden. Not everybody in New York is a Knicks fan. The Met fan and the Yankee fan were at the Subway Series. And Juan Soto was a national story, just like that was a national story. Now, going back to what you said about the Yankee fan, you're bugging out. Oh, they're just as human as... No, they're not. There's so many different examples that show you that the Yankee fan goes harder than other fans. They definitely go harder than the Met fan. The Met fan just now started showing up and selling out their ballpark. The Yankees been doing that. Just the value of the team. The amount of fans. They announced how many millions of fans have been in the stadium. I don't even know the number. 50 million Yankee fans since this new stadium opened. The Yankee fan is global. The brand is global. And you want to say, live with it, get over it? You don't understand. This is how we're living with it. This is how we're showing you that we're over it. The team is good. We're loving it. And we're letting you know this guy could have been a part of it. He made a mistake. 888-808-1019. And I get it. Y'all can't live. Y'all can't handle that because the Yankee fan is on top still. We had to listen to y'all parade around all winter when there were no games. We had to listen to y'all tell us Juan Soto picked the right place, the big brother, the new regime. Steve Cohen is the new George Steinbrenner. The city's under new management. Oh, just wait. We swept y'all last year. Didn't sweep us this year. Didn't win the series this year. The Yankee fan is a little bit higher than every other fan in baseball and a lot of other fans in sports by attendance, by what you saw in the Subway Series. There is a such thing as players wanting to play for the Yankees and in Yankee Stadium, playing with Aaron Judge in front of those fans. You might not like it because you might not be a Yankee fan, but you can't deny it. It's facts, bro. It's facts. I get it. If the Mets come around, hey, I'll be here in July. If the Mets come out in July and sweep the Yankees and Juan Soto balls, we'll talk about it. I get on when they're doing well to make it happen. Mets. Wow, Lindor locked in, walked it off. Wow, Pete Alonso, paid Pete. He's been money. Great. When Juan Soto starts playing well, I'll tell you, I'm waiting for it. I hope it's this weekend. Clayton Kershaw on the mound tonight. But yeah, when you listen to this show, I am a Yankee fan. I am in Yankee Stadium. I can tell you what I saw with my own 2 eyes. I watched that game live. I watched the Celtics Knicks game on my phone, and I knew the Celtics were cooked. But I know people hear what they want to hear. People can listen to the radio station. You don't have to change your station. You hear what you want to hear. It's selective, and that's okay. I can't fight you on that. 888-808-1019. Rob is in New London, Connecticut. You're on, Rob.
Hey, Keith, I tell you what, hey, by the way, thank you for having such leeway, allowing such latitude tonight with, your topics and stuff like that. And I wasn't originally going to say anything, but I'm not as much into like the VMA and stuff like that as obviously you had firsthand experience working with it. But, that was a funny story, about like that, celebrities trying to make a move and then got rejected. I just think that's hysterical because, these people, they have celebrity status and, they have money, but it doesn't mean they have ability or game, and they're still going to get shot down because they're still losers.
You saying Drake is a loser? Yeah, he lost the Kendrick Lamar battle. He lost.
Saying in general, the people in general, celebrities, no, sir, I'm not saying that one individual.
No, but you're right. Drake, in that moment, Drake was trying to pull a fast one. He thought that he could get Rihanna to kind of show him some love in front of everybody, and she played him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's better. I'm glad I wasn't me that got, showed up like that. But I guess the point is, if somebody had billions and billions of dollars, I tell you what, I wouldn't take one dime of that thing and give up my physique over money because I'm gonna make my own money, but you can't give up your own ability. Anyway, on the more serious things, I tell you what, the secret sauce for this team is it's Paul Goldschmidt. You know what I mean? It's like when he's like the X factor. Yeah, so is Cody, but I just love this team. And 2 callers ago, that guy said, "Oh, do you have a nice little thing going?" A nice little thing. This team could be a buzzsaw. This team is a buzzsaw right now. We get some pitching. I'm telling you what, we're going to be a force. I'm not saying 98 no. But we can be a buzzsaw.
Yeah. In the American League for sure. Thanks for the call, Rob. Part of that with the Met fan too is like they don't want to believe that. The Met fan, not all, some Met fans, and I got to remember put that some Met fans felt like, oh, we took Juan Soto from them. Juan Soto sent them to the World Series. What if the Yankees go to the World Series this next year without Juan Soto? Some Met fans felt like they're not going to be able to replace his production. Oh, here comes Paul Goldschmidt, Ben Rice, Trent Grisham, Cody Bellinger, Jason. Yep, we're Art, and Judge being the MVP. So it's like you thought that you weakened the New York Yankees by taking a player away from the New York Yankees. The Yankees reminded you that they're the New York Yankees, and you have the watered-down version of said player. Chris is out on Long Island. Chris, you're on the fan.
Hey, thanks so much for taking my call. I've been listening to the fans since I was a kid, first time calling.
Thanks.
First and foremost, the guy 2 callers ago was definitely drinking some Haterade, and I think that you got some really fair analysis, and I'm a Yankee fan too, so maybe I'm biased. I just wanted to put out a point and hear your analysis and thoughts on it. I've been watching this team, watching the Yankees this season. Some games you want to win, a lot of games that maybe you thought you were going to lose, and coming back, they're doing really well in comeback. I'm thinking if they can squeak out a World Series, going to the World Series or winning the World Series, I'm thinking Garrett Cole comes back, they win this year, it's a shot in the arm, and they can get back to fully status. It can be like a 96, where the Yankees were on a real long drought for many years. 96 was kind of squeaking one out, but it was a shot in the arm. Come back, 97 didn't work out, but 98, 99, 2000. I'm just watching the team, and I'm excited. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Thanks so much for taking my call, and, appreciate you guys.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Yeah, let's make it about Juan Soto again. I don't miss Juan Soto. I miss Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole getting hurt is just like, I'm like, damn, if we had Cole right now, you know, and 2 callers ago, Rob was like, we got to get some pitching. We have pitching. You see Carlos Rodon today? You see Will Warren's outing? Max Fried is going to win the Cy Young if he keeps this up. They always win with him on the mound. Ryan Yarbrough wins the game when DeGrom is on the mound. Like, the Yankees are figuring it out, man. And Cole's supposed to be back ahead of schedule like late next year. Can you imagine Cole is back with a robo arm ready to go for the postseason run with Max Fried, with Rodon, with Luis Heel, who we haven't seen yet, Clark Schmidt? Like, bro, there is a fever dream, a wild, you know, fantasy of, you know, this window that is supposed to be closing for the Yankees being extended by these younger players like Will Warren, like Jason Dominguez, like Ben Rice, but then also, you know, with Stanton coming back and Cole coming back, and Judge is not going to age fast. I know people want Judge to fall off a cliff. Judge is in his prime. He got better this year. Like, when's his drop off? 2028? There is this fantasy world in the next few years of this American League not being able to stop the New York Yankees, where I don't care who comes out of the National League. Get back to the Fall Classic. Get back to the World Series. They can get back to the World Series this year. And if it's the Dodgers, run it back. If it's the Cubs, so be it. If it's the Mets, hell yeah, let's see it. Subway Series. I'm not afraid of a one series matchup against any team when you have Aaron Judge, when you have Max Fried, when you potentially going to have Stanton and like Jazz back, and Paul Goldschmidt turning back the clock, Belly looking like it's crazy. It's crazy to actually think about this team being better than last year's team that went to the World Series, and them having just as good of a shot to get back to the World Series. You guys see the odds out there? The betting odds, they expect the Yankees to win. Stay healthy. I pray for health. I'm not even kidding. I pray a lot. I pray when I wake up. I pray when I bless my food. I pray when I go to sleep. And I pray for weather. I pray for health. Hey, let this weather be good. Look at the weather. I thought these games were going to get rained out. I actually didn't go. I saw a lot of people offering tickets, leaving tickets on the table for yesterday's game and Tuesday's game or Wednesday's game, and you know, they got them through. They played them. If the Yankees stay healthy and Brian Cashman gets greedy at this deadline and adds some more, like he didn't get greedy last deadline. He made moves. I mean, Jazz Chisholm and Mark Leiter Jr. needed them. But if there's players available and he's feeling like, yo, I got to put this team over the top to make sure we get out of the American League, and whoever we see coming out of that National League, we're able to go toe-to-toe with, oh, we're going to have a blast. We're going to have a blast. So if you think that you're tired of the Yankee fan right now, the Yankee fan needs to chill, the Yankee fan is no better, don't let these young Yankee fans win a World Series. Don't let us have a parade, especially me. Don't let it be this year. Do not. Do not. You're going to have to pray against me. But God has his own plans. 888-808-1019. If this is the year of the Phillies or the Tigers, I don't care who the hell it is. I know the Yankees will be a postseason team. And I know that they're on a warpath from last year. A lot of those guys, you know, they were broken the way that last year ended. A lot of us fans were too. Don't let this be the year we run back to the World Series and win it. Host back-to-back World Series and have a parade. You know, what if the Knicks don't get it done? What if the Mets don't get it done? If it's the Yankees that bring the parade back to New York, yeah, I'm going to be insufferable. They really not going to want to hear my show. King George in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, man?
Okay, K-Rack, the man who sinks the 8 ball on one shot the minute they lift the rack.
Boom.
And I just wanted to say the Yankees got better because they're not Aaron Judge or bust. You know, the contributions are spread around.
Yes.
When they got better.
Deeper lineup, more pitching, better rotation, better bullpen, and can continue to get better.
Yeah, and if he adds more at the trade deadline,
is icing on the cake.
And we can have our cake and eat it too.
Good one. And you have a safe and blessed day because you are a gentleman without fear.
Appreciate you, King. 888-808-1019. Let's break it down. I'm running out of time. If you'd like to call and join my show, call up. I give you guys leeway, and then I'll counter. So I don't know if any Mets fans are feeling froggy and have something to say to Keith McPherson, go for it. We'll be right back. Push-ups, 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 push-ups. Yo, what up, Brody? Oh. Young B. Put the warm-up back on. See, y'all can say it, I can't. Y'all can say it, I can't get that off, you know. We good either way. Garrett Cole is coming back next year. If Stanton doesn't come back, we are in trouble. Nah, that's not true. We got a bunch of options at DH. Honestly, like Jazz about to come back. We got a bunch of infielders. Ben Rice can DH. Dominguez can DH. Judge can DH. Goldie can DH. Belly can DH. Yeah, why not? It's World Series every year. We were there last year. I don't care about batting average. Look at their run differential. Look at their pitching. Max Fried been killing. I talked about how they got swept. Yo, sneak peek chat. My boy Anthony, we working on the next shirt. Chill. The land of the free. That's too much. Yo, that's too much. That McPherson brand merch coming through, Brody. We gonna get another Yankee shirt up there. Check the chat. Throw the link in there for the merch. You know? Working on it. My boy Anthony makes all the designs. Let me go back in the chat. I know I was muted. My bad before I was muted. I know, I think I was muted because Marco was saying some stuff, and I didn't want to. Lost your audio. You're on mute. This motherfucker doing push-ups. I'm crying. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm probably one of the most in shape people around here. I like having muscles. I'm trying to be a healthy dad. What the fuck? Someone call him. Yeah. I think my mom was in the chat one day and she was like, "You're muted." You was Pops Bourbon? No, but Bourbon is a moderator. He does have some status in here. Is this the same dude? Was this the same dude that called me Urkel? He's aging himself. Bro's got to be 45, 50 years old. Dropping so much facts, it crushed the audio. Evan, shut off my mic. I'm not Evan, not trying to be. I'm not. What it is like, I don't have to be neutral with the Mets. These Mets fans aren't neutral with the Yankees. When the Yankees struggle, they call them the Bronze Bombers. They laugh, they make jokes. I always say I bring balance to the force, right? WFAN has needed like Yankee fan like me that will troll Mets fans. Like, for real. They need to be trolled because like they get so overzealous. These dudes were celebrating. They got Juan Soto. They acted like that changed the world. Juan Soto has been average at best, not even. He's been below average. See, Jack is smart. He pairs up the YouTube stream. So what I need to buy, I'm going to show you guys. Focus right. I need to buy like one of these. And it might not even work. Maybe somebody in the chat has one that they're not using and they can send me this. And I just don't want to, I don't want to spend money on it. Like, it's just, but I will do it. It's to make the stream better. Let me see here. What I need to do is feed the audio. Like you see how I have a headphones in? I need to, from this audio, I need to have a device, like I'm about to show you, that takes the audio, the true audio, radio audio, into this device and changes the signal to a digital signal that can feed into the MacBook that I can select as the microphone in StreamYard. And then that will make the, sound that you guys get, the true audio out of the radio. So this is $150. I could plug it in here and run it through my computer. But like, I already have this webcam now. Then I get at least the webcam was sent to me for free. Maybe I'll reach out to them. They'll send it to me for free. I get a lot of free stuff. So I'm like, I don't want to spend $150 just for that, but it'll make the stream better. So yeah, Amber, let me see if I can add you as a mod right now. Let me go to YouTube Studio, community. Actually, it's not in community that you do it. Settings, channel, permissions, moderators. Here we go. Okay, it's my last little bit of the show. 888-808-1019. And then you don't got to listen to me until Monday. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up if you want to talk about the Knicks, about the Mets, about the Yankees, about life, maybe. Whatever you guys want to do here as we wrap things up. Evan out on Long Island. What's up, Evan? You got it.
Hey, Keith. What's going on, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks.
Question about the Knicks. Obviously, still reeling from what transpired at the end of the game, the first game. And obviously, need to bounce back tonight in a big way. But some video surfaced earlier. Wanted to ask you about if you had any insight or if you have any cause for concern. The video pans to the Knicks bench during towards the end of the fourth quarter. You see OG and Cat starting to get into it, and then Brunson has to get up and confronts both of them, has to break it up, as the captain should. But do we have any idea obviously, tempers are flaring, frustration is boiling over towards the end of the game. Do we have any reason for concern? Any idea what that was about? Why are they getting into it? No, there's no time to unravel. You got to stick together. So, if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Evan. I saw the video. I read on Twitter that Jordan Woods dates Karl Anthony Towns, and OG was trying to see if somehow Jordan Woods could put him on with Kendall Jenner, you know, because Timothy Chalamet dates Kylie Jenner. So he's like, yo, what about her, bro? And then in the game, he saw her courtside and he's like, see, like she's at the game with another dude. Like I asked you a few weeks ago. No, I'm completely joking about that. It's athletics, man. It's heat of the moment. I think at that time too, the lead was down to like 5 or something. They were communicating. They were probably talking about a play or something that didn't happen, and they're pissed off in the moment. That was a game they should have won. These are grown men. Those are two highest paid players. There are, you know, high expectations for them, and I think all it was just heat of the moment. You're gonna see that. If you didn't see that, there'd be something wrong. In the Eastern Conference Finals, if you didn't see a back and forth like that as they were letting their lead shrink to 5 points or whatever it was at the time, like that's all it is. I don't think they have any problems with each other. They're trying to win. 888-808-1019. Jonathan in Los Angeles, my guy. How you feeling? How's the baby? How's the wife? And Bash.
Bro, I'm literally driving my baby up and down the Target parking lot for the past, I'm gonna say 35 five cent bags. They're in there, you know, taking their time shopping. And I can see it through the camera. She might be crying any second now, bro. So she starts trying to excuse us. Bro, check this out, T. I heard you from the beginning of the show. You know what the Knicks went through yesterday. I mean, me as a Falcons fan, bro, I've been through the worst, bro. And then we live here in LA with all these Dodgers fans after what we went through on game. Bro, that was bad. That was the World Series. That was the Super Bowl, bro. What? Follow those Knicks fans, and I'm a Lakers fan. Follow those Knicks fans out there. That was game 1, and you guys had it in the bag, all right? Don't change nothing except change the last 2 minutes the Knicks played. And trust me, Knicks got this, man. My prediction is Knicks in 6. No need to, you know, press the panic button. None of that, bro. Knicks got it, bro. And my guy Keith, I was gonna go to Colorado. I just purchased my KSA shirt, bro. So I'm gonna rock it when they come right here with the Angels. I canceled my Colorado trip, bro. So guess what? We're going back to New York, bro, on July 8th. Bass is going for Eric Judge's camp, bro. So
wow.
Yeah. So hey man, I'm putting everything for this guy, bro. But
Dad of the year.
I tried, bro. I tried. We're gonna be up there for the Seattle Mariners game. I'm gonna take my baby too, bro, because you know it has to be Yankee Stadium, her first stadium. So you know me, man. And my guy, have a great weekend with your family. Well deserved weekend off. And go Yanks, man. And I'll be rocking that KSAM shirt next week, my guy.
Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for the call. I'm smiling ear to ear. You know, Jonathan is really supportive. His son, you know, he brought his son to opening day. His son got interviewed by MLB, and then his son ended up, you know, reaching over the fence, and Judge gave him a ball. And I mean, I met Jonathan during the ALDS against the Royals, and he's been listening and calling, and I'm happy for him and his kid. And I just, you know, props to the good dads. We got 2 dads that are calling and listening to the show, driving the babies around, trying to get their babies to sleep. You know, he just had his daughter, and his son Bash is a diehard Yankee fan, but they live in LA. So they got to get out of there and they got to come this way. I'll see you guys at the stadium for sure. And that's crazy. Like, Judge has a camp. I know about Judge's camp, but like to be a kid from Cali that gets to come across the country to be a part of that camp, that's amazing. It's great to you know, hear the lengths that people go for their kids. I would do the same for my son, but my son doesn't like sports yet. He's not that into it. He's banned from Yankee Stadium. He just likes trucks and diggers and garbage trucks and police cars and fire trucks. Like he's just a truck guy for now, and he likes to watch Paw Patrol. So, I mean, I took him to Elmo over at American Dream, but you know, I guess I gotta wait for like monster trucks or something to pull up. He's big into automobiles. He knows the Yankee game when it's on TV, but it doesn't attract him. He can't watch the game yet. Maybe one day. 888-808-1019. And yeah, that McPhersonbrand.com, that KM merch. I'm seeing people shout out to my dude Alex showed up to Yankee Stadium with a Brunson jersey. He moved the Brunson jersey. It said Cam to AM underneath. I'm like, man, y'all show me love, man. I appreciate it. That was, that was the whole thing. I'm like, when I first started doing the show, before I even had the Cam to AM logo, someone was like, yo, you got a shirt that says Cam to AM? I'm like, nah, I could make one. I could figure out how to make one, and we're making them now. So appreciate the love, guys. Neil is in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Neil?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Welcome in.
Yeah, how's it going?
Great.
Listen, man, I want to talk about this Toto fiasco, honestly.
Be honest. Be honest. Speak the truth. Be honest.
Listen, I want to know when we're going to start to have the conversation that Ben Wright is better than Juan Soto.
Oh, we already did because they wear the same number.
He has a higher OPS. He is hitting better than the guy. Like, Juan Soto is taking strikes the way he is. Like, I don't think he's a good ball player.
now you're going too far. But as far as the Yankees are concerned, he has been replaced by 4 different players. His production is easily replaced.
True, like this guy, we took his $800 million and we turned it into basically a World Series winning team. I think his team has a shot to go there.
Well, it's early. It's early, Neil. It's early. It's getting late early. It's 12:45 a.m. But it's World Series every year, right? If you're a Yankee fan, you're expecting to win the World Series every year. And that's what I said. I was crushed. I was heartbroken. I remember I had a 9-minute show after one of the World Series losses. I was like, and you know what? I think I had the 9-minute show after I was like trapped in Yankee Stadium with so many people. I couldn't get my car out. So that night I took the train back. And then when I left here, I had to take an Uber back to Yankee Stadium, get my car, drive home. It was the longest night. I didn't go to sleep till like 5 in the morning, all to go to the World Series and host a 9-minute show. And like, I tried to get out of the stadium, but like a World Series of most people I've ever seen at the stadium. And you couldn't get out of the garage. And like, it's a World Series game. You're not leaving in the 6th, 7th inning. Like I left, I think in the 8th inning and still could not get out of there. So I'm not driving this year. I'll take the train and I'll dip out on the train. Anyway, 888-808-1019. Ben Rice is not better than Juan Soto. But this early on in the season, hey, I'll take what Ben Rice has done. I'll take what Trent Grisham has done, Paul Goldschmidt, Cody Bellinger, Jason Dominguez. Like, just put those players, right? Those players out there, what they've done when people were saying that we need another bat, or people were saying we're not going to be able to replace Juan Soto's production. It's going to be Judge on his own. It's not Judge on his own. It's not. So far, so good at the first flagpole, the first checkpoint, Memorial Day weekend. Out on Long Island, let's go to Eli next. What's up, Eli?
Hey, Keith, how you doing, buddy?
Great.
Big fan. Listen, I love the Yankees. I went to a World Series game this year. I went to a playoff game. You know, I'm all in, man. My problem is that I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Just like that caller with Ben Rice and Juan Soto. I think we're, Aaron Judge is the best player in baseball, but, he still has to get over that hurdle of winning it in New York, with all the pressure and playing with the best pitchers, and they're not giving him meatballs in the playoffs. And I would obviously love for it to happen, but I'm not quite there yet. I hate to be that pessimistic fan,
You're not alone.
But it's hard, man. It's hard to win,
Yeah, no, you're not alone. You're being measured right now, and that's healthy. Like you're a realistic Yankee fan. They haven't won since 2009. We've watched Judge fail. We just saw him fail. Like, no, I'm with you. That's needed as well. Some glass half empty.
Aaron Judge, he's a class act. He's an amazing captain. And I love the guy. He's a great player. But I still think, I think this team is, like you said, is well balanced and in a way, better than last year, which is a crazy thing to say. But I still think you're going to need Aaron Judge to come up with that big hit. You're going to need Volpe to come up. All these guys are going to have to show up when it really counts. And, that's what we got to wait and see. And hopefully this is the year, man. But
No one is. It's May. It's Memorial Day. But what we're talking about is, hey, everybody, look around. Memorial Day weekend, how do you feel about the Yankees? I feel good about it. I feel like they could get back to the World Series. And with Judge, the only way we find out if he folds or if he succeeds is to get him right back in the dance. I've been on this. I think his life changed. He dropped that pop-up. He failed. He lost the World Series. There's no Galaxy Series. There's no higher level to fail at. You failed in front of the whole baseball world. The whole world was watching, all the way in Japan, everybody in New York. You were mocked, you were memed, you were trolled. I mean, I can't say anything about Juan Soto or the Mets without somebody replying with the gif of Aaron Judge dropping the pop-up. I saw it. I was there. Right in left field, 5 rows back in left field when that happened. Like, we just got to get back to it. I think Judge all Judge has to have is one run. He's got to have one October where he's Aaron Judge, and that could be enough to propel him. That could be October 2025. 2024 is over. Spiro in the Bronx / Bill. Yo, Spiro. Yo, what up?
What's going on?
What up, bro?
Feeling pretty good after a nice weekend, you know.
Man, what a week.
Out and
you saw it all on the street. I know it.
They talk about the division, and they keep coming up with new stuff. Now it's our division is weak. Other years, the free agents don't want to come here. The last time I checked, in the 30 years, the Yankees have made the playoffs, what, 28 times? 27 times?
It's a lock, right? You want to pick a team and compete. They come here because they want to compete.
Right. We're constantly there. Like, the playoffs it's almost getting boring with the Yankees making the playoffs. We want to win the chip now.
Exactly. It's a given that we're going to get to October. We're so focused on getting back to the World Series and winning it. It's a foregone conclusion. We're like, we're about to win the division, whatever. We're going to smoke the American League. Who are we playing out of the National League?
You know, if the shoe was on the other foot Friday, he would have destroyed the Mets.
Bro, like, even if they do get some get back in July when it's in Citi Field, we won't hear the end of it. But you're 100% correct. If Soto went off in the Subway Series, this station, they would have been talking about that over the Knicks.
Right. And if he was still a Yankee, he probably would have been struggling like he is now, because big boy's batting 400 behind him.
Right, because you have the protection of Judge, and
it's not a curve. That 3-1 pitch is a fastball down the middle.
And
Well, you're not going to listen to the fan since I was a little kid. But I think tonight might have been your best show. That New York Knicks energy brings it out in everyone.
Yeah, and it's Friday and it's time. You're the man, Spiro. I'll see you at Billy's. Shout out to Spiro, everybody over at Billy's, the Billy's Mafia, the Billy's Gang, the crew over there, the world famous Billy's Sports Bar, River Ave, Yankee Stadium. Like, you can't come in there talking about nobody wants to be a Yankee and stop talking about Juan Soto. That's the Yankee world. That's the Yankee Globo Club outside the stadium. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Josh in Brooklyn with some Knicks energy on the fan. What's up, Josh?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to speak a bit about the Knicks. Overall, after watching the game last night, I mean, that Anunoby call was just pathetic. I feel like it was a big swing in that game. Just overall, looking at the Knicks, I mean, Jalen had 41, Cat had over 30, and like we still couldn't pull that off. I just don't know what to feel like as a Knicks fan.
I can tell you how to feel. Thanks for the call, Josh. First off, the calls are always going to be just unpredictable, janky. They're gonna miss calls. It's standard. It's the human element of the game that like you got to be able to review that goaltend. There's some other calls that are gonna be missed the rest of the way. I threw at you guys the Tim Hardaway missed call at the end of the Pistons game where, you know, the Pistons still to this day are complaining about that. They're feeling, oh, well, Hardaway was fouled. It just is part of the game. Don't let it come down to that. And you don't know how to feel. Brunson had 43. Cat was shooting the 3. Campaign came off the bench shooting 3s. I just think that when I look at this team, like they played a good 46 minutes and they played their best game in this playoffs until they unraveled. So if they can tap back into that, as a Knicks fan, you should be confident. You should feel like they can beat them. You should feel like that happened in the first game, the chances of that happen are slim to none again. It isn't even like comparing it to the Celtics series. It isn't even like that. The Celtics unraveled from the third quarter on. The Knicks unraveled in the last couple minutes. I don't think it happens again. Last call goes to Tyler out on Long Island. You're in there. What's up, bro?
What's going on? How's everything? I'm a little disappointed in these Mets fans because it's a little too quiet from them. I feel like it's all beat us in the Subway Series. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it is both teams are very similar record-wise right now. And we know that the Yankees, after the All-Star break, only fall off. So, you know, I'm just, right now as a Mets fan, I feel like I'd rather be on this side of the fence, you know, just because you know you're always going to have that fall off with the Yankees.
I mean, I guess that's a valiant attempt, Tyler. I guess that's a good effort at throwing a jab at the Yankees. The Yankees are going to fall off and then fall into the World Series. Did you fall off? Like the Mets needed the power of, oh my God. They needed Grimace. They needed Hawk Tua. They needed the rally pimp. They needed the playoff pumpkin. They needed all of this stuff just to get the last wild card and then rally. You guys should be worried about your division, not the Yankees. Subway Series is over. We're not worried about Soto. We're just laughing because we dodged one. The Dodgers, they're here. That's the team that knocked you out last year. These Mets, they should come out with revenge on their mind, right? They should be pissed off. They should be looking to sweep the Dodgers, and Juan Soto better lead the way. He's getting paid to. Coming up next, Chris McMonagle. And yeah, it's 1 o'clock, so I'm going to go home and try and go to sleep and then go down the shore and enjoy my Memorial Day with my family and friends. And then I'll be back Monday with a long show on Memorial Day. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Keith McPherson on The Fan. I'm out of here. All right, I got to run because I really do got to go home and go to sleep. Appreciate you guys, man. And if there's any messages that I need to get, tweet them at me or DM me on Instagram. Another good stream, another good week. Everybody have a good Memorial Day weekend. Thanks for watching.